large tracks. The monsters tend to gather there, and it's too dangerous to fight them alone.
You worry too much. You mean the place between the tent and the quarry wheel? All right. I'll be careful.
Yes. Please come back safely. I just got a tip. The mandrakes drop more brown micas when it's raining.
I should go after the mandrakes when it rains during the Brown Mica event. I'm going to climb the ranks thanks to you.
When you're hunting in the stonemason town, keep an eye out for large tracks. The monsters tend to gather there, and it's too dangerous to fight them alone.
You worry too much. You mean the place between the tent and the quarry wheel? All right. I'll be careful.
Yes. Please come back safely.
Yo, what up, everyone? We got our spear teaser. Have you guys seen it yet? Yeah, you guys have seen it. Who hasn't seen it? What up, Warcop? What up, Muck? What up, Jekyll? What up, Archaya? Apex? Am I going to check out Core Punk? I don't know a lot about it. I feel like they might have emailed me. But yeah, I don't really know anything about it. How can I know what items I can use to trade another? Will gloves always be able to trade each other if they have the same trait? Yeah. So for unlocking, it has to be the exact same pair of gloves. For upgrading, it can be any gloves that have the same trait. All right, we have a bunch of arenas I need to do today. I might start off with that. I did like 20,000 tokens in Sanctum, doing trackers, doing a super secret off-stream tracker technique. And I didn't get a single pair of boots, so that place sucks. I got one lucky pair when I wasn't trying, and then 0 pairs when I did it for like an hour straight. Burned 20 tokens. I also need to buy the rest of the unlock stones before... Okay, yeah. Let's do some contracts first. I want to make sure I don't forget to do that. That's the number one. Is it the number one priority? The arena is a pretty high priority as well. I haven't done... Yeah, I've only done 3 matches. We need to get at least 7 more wins today. That won't be hard. That won't be hard. That'll only take like 8 matches. Okay. Yeah. Pure light. Kill some trees. What up, Shonky? How you doing? Just launched early access. Buy to play MOBA ARPG looking thing. Haven't looked at it much yet either. Yeah, I don't know, like with Throne and Liberty updating fairly often, and with like, you know, the big update that we're gonna get on December 5th, and the new weapon, and then PoE potentially on December 6th, and all that stuff. Plus Ashes of Creation on the side, like it's hard to find time for other new releases right now, unless they're like really making waves. Now we've got all these arenas to win. I really got to spend some time later today looking at the spear skills and trying to figure out. It looks really good. In fact, I'm a little concerned that in some ways it's just going to like completely replace Greatsword, especially if Greatsword gets overly nerfed by whatever CC changes they're going to implement. Because, I mean, Greatsword, you've got some tankiness, you've got some mobility, and then you've got a lot of burst. And it's like, Spear kind of the same. Spear looks like it has at least as much mobility, probably more than Greatsword. Apparently it's got some tankiness as well. It's got some CC resistance. It's like, well, what do we need the Greatsword for? The only thing, I assume that like Deathblow and Guillotine are still going to hit a lot harder than any of the spear skills. But as long as the spear skills hit, you know, hard enough, kind of makes you wonder, like, why bother with Greatsword? Spear has some burning abilities and a fear. Yeah, fear is going to be an interesting one, depending on how long it lasts. Are they going to, like, add a new fear resistance or something? That's another question. Are they going to make it, like... Maybe they'll make fear and petrify one kind of resistance? Or fear and silence one kind of resistance? Because the resistances are kind of out of whack right now. The different CC depths are kind of out of whack. But yeah, I mean, if Spear has decent damage, and if Greatsword CC is getting nerfed, it's like, maybe everybody just rerolls off Greatsword to Spear. There is a possibility we can use them together. There's a possibility of getting rid of the daggers and replacing them with Spear, but I'm a little doubtful that that's going to be viable. Unless Spear really has some survivability that can compete with stealth. It kind of feels like Greatsword's going to be the one that ends up getting replaced. They said in the video that it would have synergy with other two-handed weapons. So if you combine Spear with Greatsword or Staff or Longbow, then it's going to get some kind of bonus or like have a chance to do bonus damage. But realistically, like, that's one passive. It's probably not going to be that high impact. I don't know if that's really going to be... I don't really know if that's going to be driving the weapon combos, you know? A Spear melee. It's like mostly melee, although it definitely has some range abilities. I'm not sure if they're going to count as range abilities. That part still wasn't quite clear to me. Like, they showed some specializations where you turn some of the moves into kind of long-range pokes. And they definitely look range, but they also, you're like doing fire damage. So what is that? Is that magic? I don't feel like they were very clear at all about what the actual damage type was. But in terms of just like how far away you can be, yeah, you can definitely be up close or far away for some of the skills. I don't know what that translates into, though, in terms of like magic melee range, you know, when it comes to our evasion and our endurance. I was wondering what you think about buying purple traits for 10 Lucent to transfer to another purple to generate blessing. It's usually pretty good. Yeah, I have the calculator on the trait video set up to measure whether or not that's worth doing. There has to be there has to be enough of a difference in the price for doing that compared to just buying the traits directly for it to be worth your time and money. But it's very often the case, especially if the purple traits are only 10 each, it's very often going to be worth doing that. I forget how to get up on this one. I think we have to do the hooks. They're making me work for these. Pure light. Didn't I just get this one? They're making me work for these pure light portals, boys. Indomitable. This ability is a foundation of toughness and increases endurance and status resistance, as well as magic defense and maximum and minimum damage, whatever that means. Sounds like it just gives you every stat in the game. It makes you hit harder and take less damage. That sounds like a good skill. I love doing more damage and taking less damage. That's like my two favorite things. I want to see some numbers. I wonder if the databases are going to get some numbers. Maybe in this next patch, tonight's patch, maybe some things will get data mined. Maybe some of the spear stuff will get preloaded. They're saying it's coming on the 5th, right? Did I hear that correctly? It has an attack speed passive, so I think Dagger and Expo could be good combos. Spear and Crossbow. I feel like Spear and Crossbow is going to feel a little bit like Greatsword and Crossbow. Like, you can make it work. I don't know if it's going to be the most, locked in meta builds, but it'll probably serve a similar function to how people play Greatsword and Crossbow. I think just in general, everything that you pair Greatsword with right now, it's going to function similarly with the Spear. It sounds like there's a lot of overlap with Greatsword. I think SNS Spear. Bold prediction coming your way, boys. I think SNS Spear becomes the new meta. Staunchly and overwhelmingly. There's my shocking and bold prediction. Thinking Staff Spear, considering all the burning magic. Yeah, Staff Spear, it's probably going to be, again, it's going to be like Staff Greatsword, except probably just better. Do you need 4,050 blessing to be able to max out your traits of blue items? Yes, I think so. But, yeah, 11 times 450, so that should be right. But you don't always want to use the blue items to do it, Marcin. Sometimes you can just buy the purple directly. So, I would only do that if the purple's really expensive. You almost never need to actually go 4,000 blessing. When I did my items, I usually did like 1,300 for the first one or 2,700 for the first two. I almost never built up enough blessing to do all three. There's not that many items that have 3 expensive traits that you need to upgrade. Like, even accessories, a lot of times health and skill damage will be expensive, but then like buff duration or CC chance or whatever you're looking for the third won't be expensive enough to make it worthwhile. Bot's dead? What are you talking about? Someone trying to use commands? Spear throw have Pierce. This is concerning. It would be great if it would be melee range counter to bows. What do you mean, does it have Pierce? Oh, the build command not working? Okay, try it now. Maybe Greatsword will have more health. Well, yeah, Greatsword will definitely have more health. But if Spear gives you, you know, gives you endurance and magic defense, that could be more effective health. So you start to wonder why you would use a Greatsword. I want to roll stick build, Spear Wand. Oh, Spear Wand. That sounds like trash. Yeah, I think Wand is the only weapon that, at least with Greatsword Wand, Greatsword has some support stuff, you know, Blood Devotion and Willbreaker. It is like Greatsword has some support that you're giving to the rest of the group, and I don't know if Spear Wand is gonna be it. I feel like Spear Wand might get the Crossbow Wand treatment. Spear Dagger for heavy attack crit to counter blows. I think Spear Dagger is going to be very popular. Yeah, I think Spear Dagger is going to become the new become the new Greatsword Dagger. Greatsword Dagger is going to get relegated even further to the, whoops, that was supposed to be accept, not refresh. All right, well, probably always do that. Why do I got to make both the buttons purple? Everything in this game has to be purple, huh? You expect me to pay that much attention? There we go.
Take my Prime sub no one wants.
No one wants it? I want it. I want all your Prime subs. Mainly, thanks for the Prime. Welcome back for 2 months. Yeah, anyone else who has a Prime, let's go ahead and get those. Those are very wanted. I want them. Please let me have them. Yes. Yes, Cassifir, 32 months.
Prime?
There we go. Dude, I've been watching some of these other Throne streamers that are like around my size, and they have 500 subs. Hello? I don't have that many. And I'm way more helpful. I just want to say thanks for videos on YouTube. Really helped me out a lot. Hey, no problem. No problem. Now give me your Prime. The new Forbidden build. I don't think Spear Wand will be as forbidden as Crossbow Wand. But it'll be the second most forbidden. Honestly, like, if there's enough range specializations for Spear to where you can play back, it'll be pretty good. It'll kind of be like Staff Wand in that sense. So it might actually not be forbidden at all. It might actually be solid. Was wondering why people farm the black boars. Is it for the purple helm? People were farming it for the Mitran necklace, which you needed to get the Collar of Decimation. But now that you can get the Collar of Decimation pretty cheaply off the market, it's not as big of a deal. But early game, it was a huge deal because it was like the only way to get the Collar of Decimation from the lithograph book. I think nowadays people just kill boars because contracts. That's why I do it. And then if I get a drop, then that's nice, but that doesn't really happen very often. Spear also gives heavy hit to the party. Oh, that's true. No, you're right. They did say that. Heavy hit and what else? That wasn't even the only buff. It was heavy hit and something else that you give to the party. So actually, Spear Wand, probably not bad. Probably it's coming around. It's coming around. You could play it as a support or as a DPS. I think it'll be fine. Making a good point. During rain, you farm boars to increase your cooking skill, so you can craft crab meal to increase efficiency of your abyssal coins. Farm boars to increase your cooking skill. With the chewy meat? Is that the way to do it? That's probably good. I'm trying to think if there's better sources of meat than that. I mean, I like farming Daybreak during the rain to get the actual crab meat. But if you haven't even unlocked the crab recipe yet, then you might have to do something else. Been saying that for years. They should let paid subscribers double sub with their Prime. Ooh. Yeah, like use your Prime to upgrade to a T2 or something. What up, Ravens? If Ethereum tanks complained about the recent balance changes, everyone's complaining about it. Everyone's complaining about it. I don't think they're balanced. Do we think they're balance changes? I feel like they're bugs, but maybe not. I mean, they didn't say anything about like the changes to debuffs. They didn't say anything about it in the patch notes. They keep putting things in the game that are not in the patch notes. And so you have no way of knowing if it's a bug or not. It's kind of troubling. What are we getting tomorrow? Almost nothing. Dude, tonight's patch is, again, like, it's like 6 lines long. I don't know, dude. They're not fixing orking. They're not fixing debuff stacking. They're fixing the broken portals at Dominion events. And, like, 1 or 2 other things. But, yeah, it's frustrating. Hey, Fake, thanks for the raid, dude. What's good? How you doing? SNS and Spear Abyss. Yeah, I think it's gonna be SNS Spear. Greatsword Spear. I don't think so. I don't think Greatsword Spear is gonna be it. I know everyone wants, like, I really want Greatsword Spear to be the combo. I would love to just get rid of these boring daggers and pull out a massive spear instead. I would love to do that. I don't think that's gonna be how it plays out. I'm calling it now. I don't think Spear Greatsword is going to be it. It's going to be Spear Dagger. It's going to be Spear SNS. It's going to be Spear Staff. I don't think it's going to be Spear Greatsword, you guys. I think it's missing too much of the dagger utility. You're not really going to have a way of like de-initiating. You know, what's the word? Disengaging. Like, you're not going to have the survivability that the SNS would bring. I think that playing Spear Greatsword, like, it's almost like playing Staff Greatsword right now. It's like, you know, it's interesting. It gives you some versatility, but I don't think it's going to be the combo that people end up really going after. Which dungeon is the best for Solent? Any of the level 50 Abyssal dungeons will be good for Solent as long as you're running that food. We play on the Chernobog server. I hate that I didn't pick the right region at first. Got on Europe region because of friends, and now they stopped playing, and I stuck here. Want to go to Western? Do you live in Europe? I wouldn't play on the West Coast if you live in Europe. That's gonna be too laggy. You could always, well, I was gonna say you can make a new character and use your Lucent, but if you started in Europe, that's kind of the opposite. Normally, you'd want to farm the Lucent in NA and then spend it on Europe. SNS1 is the most broken class in the game. I love fighting SNS1 people at the Dark Destroyer event when they get the Vengeful Core, and then they can just literally 20v1. This game would never have any bugs. It is well managed and maintained. Gotcha. Tonight's patch is just whatever, but next patch, big? Yeah, December 5th. It's coming up, dude. It's coming up. It's the calm before the storm. I mean, I wasn't expecting like a big update tonight, but I would like for them to fix all the bugs that they gave us last week. Or just remove them from, like, can we just revert the bugs? I was just hoping they would revert some of the bugs. I guess they did with the portals. SNS Spear sounds juice. Yeah, SNS Spear is going to be nuts. That's what everyone's going to switch to. All the SNS Greatswords are going to switch to SNS Spear. And then all the Greatsword Daggers are going to switch to Dagger Spear. Basically, everyone who's playing Greatsword right now is going to drop the Greatsword. And they're going to switch to Spear. Greatsword going to get nerfed. No more CC. You stun somebody twice and they break out for free. Don't even have to trinket. GG. I mean, how else would they do it? Like, they keep talking about filling the CC immunity thing. They're either going to, like, either I can stun you twice or I can't, right? There's no way to nerf Greatsword and CC chaining. If other than making it so that I can't stun you twice in a row. If I can't stun you twice in a row, then I can't kill anybody. And if I can stun you twice in a row, then I can kill everybody. So how could they possibly, I don't see any way they could nerf it that wouldn't either destroy Greatsword or like not slow down Greatsword at all. Spear Dagger is good buff and stack. We know from the past, Amazon has done nothing and have amazing community support. I actually like the Amazon people that we've seen so far. I like Tico. I like Tico a lot. Tico seems to have his finger on the pulse. He definitely actually plays the game and understands what's going on. I don't think we're encountering a New World situation here. Every time the New World devs talked about the game, I was like, none of these people have ever played an MMO before. Like, I don't know what industry they're from. I don't even know if they're gamers. I don't get that vibe at all from the Throne and Liberty people. Staff Spear is going to be gross. The developer said in an interview that Greatsword Spear will be viable. Well, do you believe him? I mean, of course it's going to be viable. I'm just saying I don't think anyone's actually going to play it. There's lots of builds in this game that are viable, that are not popular at all, because they're just B tier compared to other options. Part of Ethereum you in? I am in Fire, the weakest Ethereum guild. We used to be the best. I don't know what happened, bro. We used to even beat gold. And then we fell off. We fell off so hard. Look at this. Look at this. We're number 5. Who are these guilds? I've never even heard of these guilds before. Nice thing about playing Staff Greatsword is I can play either with Spear now. That's true. That's true. I think Staff Spear is going to be the way, though. I don't think Greatsword Spear. I mean, I'm sure people will play it. I might end up playing it just because it's fucking cool, but I don't think it's going to be great. I don't think it's going to be one of the top Spear builds. I think it's going to be kind of mid compared to the other options. West Coast for me, like 150 MS, it was awful. Well, and something about the global servers, I don't really know. I can't prove this, but I feel like they're just worse than the Korean servers. There's a lot of times when playing West Coast, East Coast on global with 60 ping feels worse than playing on Korea from the West Coast with 200 ping. Like, I don't know what it is. I can't explain it. I'm just telling you guys that's how it feels. What open world dungeon do you think is the best for Lucent? I think they're all fine. I've never really paid close attention to how much Lucent I'm getting from the level 50s. I don't even know if they are that different. The biggest thing, if you need Lucent, or if you give... oh, we're talking about Lucent, not Solent. For Lucent, I mean, farming the boots and Sanctum, I don't think anything comes close to that right now, right? You have to know what you're doing, though. You can't just like go in there and farm it. It's too crowded. But yeah, there's no other Abyssal drops that are anywhere close to this. This is 900 Lucent per boot on my server. The next most expensive drop from an Abyssal dungeon is probably these from Saradoma. And I mean, these are already down to 250, so. The other thing is, Sanctum is one of the only places, it might be the only Abyssal, where you can get purple belts. Belts are probably the most expensive slot in the game right now. So, yeah, I think Sanctum, if you want Lucent, Sanctum's probably the best at the moment. But it's also, like, the most annoying one to farm. And it can get overwhelmingly crowded. So. But if you can get in there by yourself, you can get in there at night and kill everyone, or if you can get in there when like the next rain is 2 hours away and people can't get in, then it can be really, really good. Onyx? We don't call it Onyx, Grim. No one knows what that means. Amos is gold, sapphire, and Cherno is onyx jade. Yeah, but they're called fire earth. What's the stronger Ethereum guilds? Well, gold is where all of the I don't know. I don't know how we measure it anymore. But gold is supposed to be the top guild. I'm going Onyx by the sounds of things. Yeah, that'll be the one that I'm in. What do you think is better for spear, evasion, or endurance set would work better? I think we're gonna have to wait and see more of the skills, but apparently spear has an endurance passive, so that sounds like it would work better with endurance. But I mean, if you play dagger spear, I think you could totally still go evasion, or even if you played staff spear, you could probably make it work. Will spear have a stun? Yes. It has at least one stun. And it looks like an AoE stun. I don't know if it is always on the skill or if it's one of the specializations. In order, gold, jade, onyx, sapphire. How do they measure that, Grim? How do they come up with that? Allow you to move and cast great sword abilities. They could. That would be a massive change. If you could like charge it up the way you do with like focus firebomb, move and charge up your skills. Honestly, that would probably make greatsword just feel a lot better as well. I mean, that'd be crazy if they did that. That might keep me on greatsword. That might be a good enough change to keep me on greatsword. I don't feel like they're gonna do that though. I feel like they would tell us if they're gonna do something like that. Everything spear gonna be viable? When did that happen? Gold doesn't lose. When we were on, was it Cherno the first time? Yeah, when all 4 guilds were on Cherno, and then we unallied each other because we were bored. We whooped your ass at Mordecai and literally stole your loot off the ground. We stole your Mordecai Greatblade. I have the VOD. Do you know how decisive of a victory it has to be? That means that we not only wiped you guys, we controlled the whole arena for 2 minutes or whatever it was, and you couldn't do nothing about it. And we took your loot. So, get cocked, loser. Sanctum boots, Silius ring traits, the rest. You think the rings from Silius? A lot of people are hyping up those rings. I mean, I think they're solid, but like, I don't know. You're getting like what, 30 lucent, 40 lucent if it's skill damage boost. I think it was better a week or 2 ago. Getting a 2-hour sprint in Sanctum is nice as hell. Hope you're doing well. May I ask, there's food to increase mastery bonus. That means before I level mastery, I eat it, or it's just weapon. I have not tried using the dew. I am told by chat that it does not affect when you use your dew. So I don't think you need to use food before eating your dew. I wouldn't pretty much ever use the mastery food. I think the solent food is always better, personally. Endurance is not always better. You're squishy either way. So for me, it's better knowing I can completely dodge the attack rather than be able to take more as range DPS. You're very squishy anyway. Yeah, I mean, I think it depends. I think some people would like there are some combos where if you have endurance, then you're way more likely to survive. Whereas with evasion, you have to get lucky. So I think it really just depends on the build and on what you're getting hit by. Melee evasion is definitely feels a lot more better than melee endurance, because even if you have melee endurance, you're still getting stunned all the time. But with evasion, you can avoid it. Do you know how much hit you need to be hit capped in PvE versus bosses? No. I don't think anyone knows. I think the bosses have different stats. Thought Spear had a fear. Yeah, they said it has a fear. It definitely has a stun, though. I mean, they literally show the Spear AoE stunning in the trailer, or in the reveal, so. Alec has a list? What the fuck does that even mean, dude? Will you be switching to Spear? If so, what are you combining it with? I don't know yet. I gotta wait and see more about the skills. But I think SNS Spear is gonna be the new meta. That's my early prediction. But only half of gold is on the server. Dude, I was like the last person to transfer, so you can't tell me that only half the guild was there. I was stuck on Zeroth for like 2 or 3 days by myself, so let's not pretend. Greatsword Spear looks like Stunlock Hell for everyone. Yeah, except they already said that they're going to nerf CC chains, so. I'm Endurance constantly stunned even with 50% block chance. I don't think you can block stuns. I think you can only evade them or resist them. With PvE, hitting 40 perception to get the buff duration is more than enough hit to answer that guy. To be hit capped against bosses, I don't think 40 perception is enough. I saw Revik, no shade to Revik, I'm just saying. I saw Revik miss his stun on a Orc Shadowmancer. And I'm pretty sure he has like 1,000 hit. So, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe there's like an inherent 1% mischance or something, no matter how much hit you have. Spear will be OP at the start, so everyone swipes for it. It does, yeah, it does not look super... What's the word? Balanced. I think it's going to release overpowered. Almost certainly. Is that by design? I don't know. Maybe. Probably. Maybe. How cynical are we? Oh, that's money. Oh, range endurance? Maybe not. Let's check. Uh, 110. Bummer. We really wanted one of these two. We wanted one of these two right here. But that's still a 4-to-1 ratio. I'll sell that. And then some stuff that didn't sell yesterday. RIP, Belt of Combat Prowess. Time has come to an end. It'd be nice if you could do a video guide for PvE build for bosses. That would be cool. PvE build for bosses. For what? Greatsword Dagger? If you just want to know like what the basic rotation looks like, I would just go to Revik's page on Questlog, and he's got it written out there. But it's a pretty simple build in PvE. There's not a whole lot of variance. How to get 3900 CP? I've been messing around with Questlog and looking to get 3750. I don't know why you'd only be able to get 3750 unless your like skills aren't leveled up there or something. Is that with all purple items? I mean, the arc boss weapons will give you more, but you should be able to get to 3800, I think, without even arc boss weapons, right? Stellarite is equipped? Yes. Does a blue item need at least level 1 to transfer to purple? Yeah, it does. Any item needs to be level 1 in order for you to transfer it. It's kind of a weird restriction. Sad day for combat prowess. It's still decent. I wonder what it looks like on other servers. It's honestly still decent. It's just shrinking a little bit every week. Ooh, 48. Ooh. But I mean, like, skill damage and max health are still good. Honestly, this is still good, too. Like, this is an 8-to-1 ratio on stones. It's still good. It's just not what it used to be. It's at the point now where just farming the rings from Abominations might be better. Which ability do you use that spins around, and is it AoE? Yeah, it's called Ice Tornado. It's AoE, but it's very, very low damage. It's really only good for, like, trash mobs. Why are there so many weird YouTube comments today? If you're on YouTube right now and you're a weirdo, where did you come from? Why are you all suddenly gathering in my chat? Did someone send you here? I was about to ask for the next Lucent ticket. The boots, bro. You shouldn't be asking what... If you don't know what the current Lucent ticket is, I mean... You haven't been paying attention. There is one item since Thursday that has been far and above the item to farm. And it has been shockingly obvious. You gotta tune into more streams if you don't know about the boots yet. Can you transfer blues into purples if the purple's level 9? No. Once the purple's level 9, it cannot receive any transfers, even if it's still got a transfer available. Another unfortunate limitation. There's a few limitations when it comes to transfers that don't really make sense. They feel like they're kind of just there on accident. The field general boots. No, those have been there for a while. It's not those.
You're pretty tough, aren't you?
Okay, we don't refresh. We've got a tier 2 to grab next. Got any more tips for making Lucent when 80% of traits are selling for 10 each? Sell the ones that are more than 10. Did you watch the Lucent guide? I mean, if you've seen the Lucent guide, then you should know it would be pretty hard to fathom any tips that were not in that guide. It was extremely thorough. Every, money-making method that exists in the game is covered in the guide. Lately, as of this latest patch, there's some new items in the game from 2-star dungeons. So, if you're not already farming 2-star dungeons, I mean, you should be. That should be obvious, right? And then there are some new items. The only, sneaky thing from this patch is that there were some new items that were added to the Abyssal drop table. So, Field General Gauntlets from Saradoma and Shadow Harvester boots from Sanctum were probably the biggest ones. The boots from Sanctum are by far the most valuable. So, if you really want to target farm something, there's no other item that's going to even come close. And I don't know why it wasn't in the patch. We kind of felt like it was a bug at first, but now they're saying that it was on purpose. So, and then if you're doing your 2 stars, here's another sneaky thing that people don't necessarily realize. If you're doing your 2 stars and you get one of those lucky 12 shard pouches, you can use that to open 12 Caligras shards. And Caligras is the boss that is not in the game yet. So you can already build his box even though he's not in the game yet. And so you can use that to make any of the items that are coming on December 5th. Shadow Harvester Pants, Shock Commander Greaves, Field General Greaves. Those are probably the best, although some of the accessories have a market as well. So, yeah, Shadow Harvester Boots and then the Caligris Selection Chest. Those are the sneaky ones, but everything else should be obvious. Did you see the Island of Terror dungeon bug? Players are whining about making him do one mechanic. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Island of Terror. I think it happens when your DPS is really low. So, you know. Obviously, I don't have that problem. Couldn't be me. Shadow Harvester Boots are an open world dungeon drop. Yeah, they drop from the trackers in Sanctum. So like I said, if you're going to target farm something, that's the item. That's it right there. That is the clear-cut answer. It's not always the easiest thing to farm, though. Everybody and their mom is trying to farm it right now. He stands without doing anything in the corner, and you could farm him? Oh. No, I haven't seen that bug. That doesn't surprise me, though. That happens with the other bosses, too. You can bug out Gaitan. You can get him to charge into the wall and bug him out. I'm sure there's ways to bug out all sorts of bosses. Remember when Carnix was falling from the sky and killing himself? I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of ways to cause the bosses to do goofy stuff. Remember, we can sleep the bosses? Is it smart to sell the boots now when Lucent is high and repurchase them when it's low because you need them for your build? It depends on how patient you want to be. But yeah, the price is only going down from here. So the question is, how long do you want to wait? Because if you sell them now and then you wait a week, like, you'll probably just break even. Because you're gonna get hit with that 20% tax. So it's like, if you sell it for 800 and then you buy it next week for 600, you didn't really make any money because the tax eats up all that margin. So you'd have to wait for it to come down in price by a lot in order to make any money off of it. So that might take 2 weeks, that might take 4 weeks. I don't know. I don't think anyone can predict that, but it's kind of up to you and how patient you want to be. Do people buy extract only for purple gear? No, people buy extracts from blues all the time. You can see the timers on the item. Even if they're at 10 Lucent, you can look at the timer and see if those listings are being purchased or if they're just sitting there expiring. Just started playing. Your guides have been more helpful than anything else I've found. We love to hear it. Thanks, Eternal. Your mom is farming turkeys? Oh yeah, it's Thanksgiving. That's exciting. Can SNS Dagger be a PvE DPS build, or is it tank only? I mean, you could. You could DPS with it. Grenton claims that his SNS Dagger does more damage than SNS Greatsword. I don't know if that's true, but that's what he says. The real question is, if you queue as DPS with an SNS, will people kick you from the dungeon? And the answer is yes. Many times they will. So, will the build work? Yeah, you could probably make it work. Will people mauled and, you know, scream at their monitors and break their keyboards when they see it? Will they have an emotional breakdown in the middle of the dungeon? Yes, they will. Yes, they will. They will have all of those feelings and more. How dare you queue as a DPS? So close to maxing masteries, boys. So close. Look at it. Oh, look at it. Okay, let's do 99 rerolls real quick. Don't worry, this will only take 99 seconds. How often do you guys see a pouch when you do this? I wanted to say it's like a 1% chance, but now I feel like it's maybe 1 in 200. Okay, there we go. Got one. Yeah, you think it's 1 in 200? Are there times when I kill a mob and it drops green gear, but I can't pick it up? Do we know why that is? No. Drops green gear, but I can't pick it up. Is it grayed out? Might be... Are we talking about like a boss, or what's the context? My buddy and I had a dude queue as a wand bow and say I'm DPS. I'm all for people playing what they want, but like, brother. I mean, is this a T1 or a T2 dungeon? I don't care at all what people play in PvE. Even in 2 stars, I don't care what people play at all. I think that for pushing dimensional trials, it's gonna matter. But I don't care at all what people play in pugs. I mean, they're pugs. It is what it is. Let people have their fun. Check Revik, BIS build for PvE. Not sure why some traits are maxed out and some not. Maybe it means not required. I'm not sure what you mean. If he swapped a blue item for a purple item in the builds, quest log won't automatically level up the traits to max, so it's probably just a UI thing. I wouldn't read into it, if that's what you're talking about. You like pouches? Yeah, pouch is the best thing you can get from these contracts. By far. Okay. I keep splitting between the 2 different zones. Not very efficient. Oh, wait, do we have an event right now? No, we don't. Okay. Panicking. If I have transfer epic chest 2 times, can I continue doing it, or is there limits? You can transfer to any item that has not yet been transferred to. That's the only rule. The game doesn't keep track of how many transfers your character has done in general. It only keeps track of each individual item. That item can receive 1 transfer and 1 transfer only. So you can go chest to chest to chest to chest to chest 100 times, as long as you don't go to the same chest twice. Greatsword daggers are going to get left in the dust when trials come out. Yeah. Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see how rigid dimensional trial groups get. I think it's actually going to get real toxic. How does that work in other games? Like when people pug Mythic Plus, is it like real toxic in terms of kicking non-meta builds? Or do people just not pug it? Or like what's the culture in other games like? Are the rewards for dimensional trials good? We don't know yet. In Korea, the reward was something called runes, which is like a whole system that you can use to upgrade your gear. And they haven't really talked a lot about runes, so it would be kind of surprising if they come out on December 5th. I mean, they might. They might just do runes and then just restrict them to the lower level ones. But I would have expected them to announce that by now. So, yeah, I'm not really sure. We're gonna do some dungeon spam. Got a good group. They confirmed in the spear video. Did they? Oh. Did I just totally miss that? I just watched that video. Okay, my bad. Well, there you go. They give runes. Did they say anything about them? Did they say anything about limiting them? There's like, it's going to be weird to try to go to level 99 with tier 1 gear. So I suspect that they're only going to give us dimensional trials up to like level 20 or 30. Have they given any like further detail about it? Towards the end? Oh, maybe I got bored and clicked off. What's better to run between health regeneration and debuff duration? Definitely debuff duration. I don't know any build that runs health regeneration. Time to kill is too fast in this game for health regeneration to be a useful stat. What does debuff duration really do? Because I don't know which one to choose for my traits. Debuff duration will reduce the duration of any debuffs that you take, including crowd control. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Just so that we're getting them with dimensional trials. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. In Korea, they were balanced around, you know, everyone had tier 2 gear when those challenge dungeons came out. So, and they only went to level 30. So now they go to level 99. It would be kind of wild if they gave us level 99 trials without tier 2 gear, but I guess we'll find out. But I suspect they're going to limit it to 30 or maybe even lower. Because I doubt they're going to like rebalance the whole system for tier 1. That would be a lot of work. And then like how would they unbalance it once tier 2 came out? So yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see what they do. Challenge dungeons and runes coming with it up to 99. So they said that we're going to get level 99 challenge dungeons already? They explicitly said that? Where did they say that? I want to hear them say it. That seems wild to me. I don't know how that would work. There been any rumors or data mines about the T2 release? No. Not anytime soon. No reason to think it's going to be anytime soon. I would say February at the soonest. Think it's worth lithoing Shadowpants still? Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the... It's probably the most valuable armor litho in the whole game, isn't it? You might be able to get a little bit more for like Shock Commander Greaves, but there's also less volume, so you could just end up getting undercut. They're like 1K? Yeah. 1K for a single item is a lot of lucent. Has there been any rumors? Oh, we just read that. I got max mana traits. Not really sure I want to keep them. So you need the pants? I mean, if you need the pants, then, you know, you could always just use them, but... They're going to come down in price a lot on December 5th. Especially on December 6th, because then it won't be day one. They're going to start falling real rapidly next week. I mean, they're already coming down in price because people are building the boxes, but they're going to come down even more when Torture Chamber gets released. They're going to come down pretty sharply. Should I just stay in? I think we kill him before the next mechanic. This is fine. Brother, how did I was so airborne for that. I jumped so soon. Standing in the meteor. All right, GG. He's still stunned you after he's dead. Toxic. I don't think Spear will change the meta in PvP. I think that everyone's going to quit playing Greatsword and play Spear instead. I don't know if you're actually going to feel a big difference, though, because Spear kind of does all the same things that Greatsword does from the sound of it. I think the biggest question with Spear is what type of damage is it? Because there's melee attacks and there's range attacks, but then the range attacks are also like fire attacks. So do they count as range? Do they count as magic? It might change the type of defenses that people prioritize. Don't think I have the rest of my builds ready for them by then anyways. By December 5th. Probably just take the Lucent to litho them. Yeah, I mean they're gonna be like 300 Lucent. If you can wait another 8 or 9 days. So if that feels like a big difference to you, then you can wait. You're only gonna make like 800 after tax if you litho them, so. But, you know, you could pocket the difference. Snuff, welcome back for 54 months. Hoping Spear would be fun, because my flame for the game has dwindled a bit. It definitely looks fun. I mean, did you see the preview? It looks very fun. It looks like it's going to be a greatsword that doesn't have all the greatsword clunkiness. I think we're going to see a lot of people swap into it. If the attacks are still considered melee, though... Bro, melee evasion is going to be, like, mandatory. I don't know. I don't know how that's going to work. I wish they would give us some clarification. For some reason, I don't think Spear will have damage to be the new greatsword. It probably won't have any individual skills that hit as hard as Deathblow or Guillotine, but that doesn't mean the overall damage will necessarily be lower. And if the skills are more fluid, like if you can use them while moving, or if they're like Valiant Brawl where you can just trigger them and the animation goes off and you don't have to sit there and do a charge bar, then I think you're going to have more effective damage anyways, just because you're not going to get caught up in all the greatsword clunkiness where your abilities don't go off or where your position desyncs by 2 inches and then you're no longer in range. Like all those things, all those issues that Deathblow and Guillotine has. If the spear doesn't actually have to charge its skills, even if they do, 2/3 the damage, they're just going to be better in terms of usability. You combine that with the fact that it's got like attack speed buffs and that it applies dots and that it has range options. I mean, what does Greatsword have going forward at that point? We already know Spear has at least 1 fear and 1 stun. So it's like, I don't even need the Greatsword for the stun. I can just stun people with Spear and do the same thing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Ooh, free chest. Such an annoying bug. Spear video looked like a BDO class trailer. It did. Yeah, they really did make it look like a BDO class trailer. There were so many like zoomed in particle shots in that spear reveal. I had a hard time even seeing what was happening most of the time. I was like, what, is this BDO? Like, what are these like over the top, animations? Like I'm trying to see, I'm trying to get some insight here. What does this skill actually do? Spear Dagger sounds really cool. Spear Dagger is going to be popular for sure. I think Spear Dagger becomes the new Spear Greatsword. I really think so. I think most Greatsword builds just swap to Spear. That's my early predictions. SNS Spear is going to be insane. Watch a few clips and yeah, it seems fun. They talk about, would it be more main hand or dagger-like? Because Spear Dagger sounds like my kind of jam. Could you play it as more of a secondary, just for the utility? Probably not. I feel like if you're gonna run Spear, you're probably running at least half of your main skills as Spear skills. I mean, it sounded like it had some decent passives. They said CC resist while moving. They said that there's like an endurance buff that you can get, but I don't think it's going to be really replacing Dagger as the offhand. I think it's going to be replacing Greatsword as the main hand. Not Carnix, not Ants, please. Viz out here being picky about his 1-stars in current year. It has to come out OP to make it enticing to swap over. Yeah. And it's just power creep. Like every game is like that. Even when there's not a pay-to-win element. It's just so common for the new stuff to be stronger than the old stuff. Because they want it to be exciting. They want it to be different. They want to try new things. And like... I feel like they would rather release something overpowered than underpowered. So I feel like you're just always going to see power creep in these games. Arena will be painful. Yes. Arena will be very painful. I mean, let's be honest. Is melee evasion... Is anyone in here doing competitive arena without melee evasion? I'm like so curious as to how that would go. I think you could do 3v3. Like if you had a pre-made, if you knew your tank was going to PO for you, I think you could get away with it. But dude, if you're solo queuing and you don't have melee evasion, I don't know how you would even make that work. And yeah, I think that just gets even more exaggerated once the spear comes out. I think it's spear crossbow. How do you think they handle boss loots? They just add spears to random bosses? Yeah. I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Because they're not going to add new bosses. So this guy just tried to murder me. Gotcha. Yeah, they're not gonna add new bosses, so I guess they'll just put a spear on probably 2 of the bosses that we have now. I bet this is gonna be one of them. I bet they're gonna put one in Butcher's Canyon. The other one... What do you guys think? Cave of Destruction? Butcher's Canyon, Cave of Destruction. That's where they're going to put the spears. Somebody do the thing. Somebody press the button. All right, I'll solo it. This is a pre-made, by the way. Still can't get past the 2cc mechanic. Try to sell a Forsaken Embrace extract with debuff duration for 2100 since that's the cheapest. How do I know it's a fair price? 2100 is a good amount, more than the other traits. 2100 is too high. Yeah, it's too high. How do you know? There's not really a good way of knowing. It just comes with experience. The easiest way to tell is if you look at what max health and what skill damage resistance are going for. Debuff duration probably will not sell for more than those. So I'm guessing that those traits, I mean, depending on your server. Oh no. Oh no. What happened? Oh, he's back. Okay. I'll just die. I thought I had to go on a little adventure there. Have we done T2 dungeons? Yeah. Yeah, we'll be probably doing a little bit more. After I get some of these runs down. Alright, we're staying in. Quit passing it to me, bro. I don't want this. I have important work to do. I'm the main character. Who died? Brother, don't stand there. I'm glad we can still get some content out of these. That's what happens when you take too long, someone dies. Hope they give skill swap books. I don't have any anymore. You already rerolled too many times? If you're already playing magic range, evasion is greatsword dagger. Playing greatsword spear would make you swap for endurance because of the lack of evasion passive. Probably. It would be difficult to get enough magic evasion on Greatsword Dagger without the dagger. Yeah, Greatsword Spear. I don't know how you get range magic evasion on Greatsword Spear. That sounds like it's gonna be not viable. You probably end up going endurance. You could still go I think you could still go melee evasion. But range magic, probably not. Probably would go endurance instead. I think about swapping to endurance anyways. For range magic, I think about swapping to endurance all the time. Spear might be the thing that causes me to pull the trigger on that. Staff Dagger is the best class in Arena at the moment. You think so? I think Staff Wand is probably stronger. Thinking about Mage range evasion with full-on stun resist. I would never build stun resist. I don't think you can get enough of it. Even on a tank, I think you would have trouble getting enough stun resist. There's a lot of greatswords that have stun chance built into them. There's also stun chance built into the field general pieces. There's stun chance for free that greatsword users get all over the place. So you would have to build a crazy amount of stun resist. I think if you're going to build a CC resist, the one that's going to help you the most is probably collision. But even then, it's really hard to get enough if you're not a tank. And global, if you force melee evasion, your stats suck so bad. I don't know. Depends on the builds. This build certainly has pretty good stats with melee evasion. Lowest on my server for debuff duration for Forsaken is 2300, so 2100 sounds about right. Well, just because the lowest, there's not a lot of those listed. So when it comes to field boss gear, you can't just be like, oh, this is the lowest, so it's going to sell for that much. You can try. You can try and sell it for that much, but what happens in a lot of cases is that, you know, if there's only like 5 of those listed and the cheapest 2 sell, then suddenly the other 3 that got listed before or that got listed at a much higher price are still sitting there. Yeah, just because the lowest price there is listed doesn't mean that the item will actually sell for that amount. For more common items, sure, you could just undercut by 1 Lucent and you're probably good to go. But for something like a Forsaken Embrace, especially if you're looking at it and it seems too high, it probably is too high. That's not to say that you can't take the chance, you know. Maybe someone will just happen to overpay for it. But the risk is that somebody undercuts you. And by the time the item corrects to its real value, you end up getting way less than what you would have gotten if you had priced it lower. Stacking coins to craft them day 1 is not a bad idea. To craft spears? Yeah, no, I don't think that's a bad idea at all. I mean, you have time. Like, if you just do your T1s right now and start saving shards, you should be able to get enough for a spear box on December 5th. I'm trying to get my old group to join. When they read damage contribution decides loot, they saw what I think is the biggest flaw. I have loot, so I get loot, but I need loot too bad. I mean, with the 2-star dungeons giving out all the boss armors and lowering the prices, like, what are you still needing from field bosses that's so important? There's a few weapons, I guess. I think people vastly overvalue, like, field bosses when it comes to gear. You're not going to get your gear from field bosses. Like, you're not going to get your gear from drops. You're going to get it... You're going to get drops from doing stuff like this. You're going to get drops from abyssal dungeons. Nobody's ever, like, relying on a field boss drop for their build. If you get one, that's nice. That's, you know, congratulations. You got very lucky. But nobody's, like... This isn't like other games where you go and farm world bosses and you get the drop. Like, the world boss drops are all gravy. Like, they're all bonuses. They're not a standard part of your progression at all. The odds of you getting... Like, the odds of you getting any epic item from a field boss are low enough. The odds of you getting the exact one that you actually need are vanishingly small. Like, almost no one is going to be lucky enough to encounter that. So it's just not... It's not something people should be, like, worrying about so much. Do you think in the future there will be another use of special resistance metal? No, I don't think so. We could check on Korea. I don't remember there being any tier 2 resistance gear. But you could go on like Questlog and look at the Korea item database and see if you see anything there. Crazy that pugs are struggling the most with Island of Terror. Island of Terror and Carmine. Yeah, those are the ones that people seem to be struggling with. Nobody did the thing? Okay, guys. I'll go do it. No problem. Don't worry, I got it. This is the laziest pre-made I've ever been in, bro. Nobody will stun the Shadowmancer. Nobody will press F on the Sailors. Every dungeon is simple. That's always my favorite comment. I just don't see how anyone could fail these dungeons. Perhaps if these gamers were half as skilled as I, they wouldn't be struggling so much. Quite elementary, can't we all agree? If you server switch, come to Lunar. I have a character on Lunar. He's level 1. He just needs 49 more levels. I need to actually make a West Coast character. Like, I think I would have a lot of fun playing West Coast on the side because I actually live in the West Coast. Being would be nice. But it's hard to find the time. Bloody wait. Crazy, this Butchers is more mechanical 1-star compared to 2-star. Yeah, dude, they nerfed the 2-star Butchers into oblivion. Which is really bad for the random queues, because I feel like it's like 90%, it's Valley of Slaughter 90% of the time on these random queues now. Like, no one wants to do anything else. Isn't Crossbow Dagger the best DPS class? I'm playing it and I'm not getting even close to your damage. Well, you're not going to see the damage in a single hit. Crossbow Dagger is not a big hit class. It's a lot of small hits class. Is it worth stacking traits when T2 comes out? Stacking traits, like saving items? Probably not. I would sell anything that's worth selling right now. Because by the time T2 comes out, those prices are just going to get lower and lower between now and then. If you're talking about stacking Blessing, yeah, at some point you'll want to stack Blessing for tier 2. I don't think we're at that point yet. I wouldn't do that before January. They're not going to suddenly be like, hey guys, tier 2 gear next week. Like, it's not around the corner. It's going to be a while still. I wouldn't be, like, saving items for tier 2 right now. You might start saving on Lockstones for tier 2. I don't think you could start that too early, but yeah, as far as, like, building up Blessing for tier 2 items, I think that's not necessary right now. Kin Mutant, thanks for the prime. Appreciate you. Thanks for the supports. Ancient Saradoma bracers. These could be the ones. Can I see max health? Oh, max mana. Always max mana. I don't think I've ever gotten a pair of these that didn't have mana on it. Greatsword Mastery's done. Yay. Do you think 1.1k hit and 1k magic range evasion is good for crossbow dagger? Are you talking about 1k evasion unbuffed? Yeah, 1k unbuffed is good, as long as you're using Shadow Walker to buff it. And then 1.1k hit is good. It's going to be hard to get 1.1k hit on crossbow dagger anyways. How long do you leave an item up on the auction house before deciding to reduce the price? Couple hours. If it doesn't sell within a couple hours, I mean, it depends. If it's a rare, like a really rare item, if it's like the Forsaken Embrace, you know, then maybe I would give it a little longer. But most items, if they don't sell in a couple hours, they're not going to sell at all. When is Tevent? Tevent is in an hour? Hour and a half? Do we have Conflict Tevent today, actually? I don't even think about that. I don't remember if today is Conflict or not. We have Peace Tevent. Boo. Boring. Is melee evasion still a good thing in Greatsword Dagger? Most important on Spear release. Yeah, if Spear is primarily melee damage, which it seems like it will be, then yeah, I think melee evasion is going to be even more important than it already is. Currently running Expo Dagger. Should I switch out Expo for Spear soon? Should you? I don't know if you should. I don't think there's like an obligation, but you could. If you don't like the crossbow, you definitely could. I think Spear Dagger is going to be good. I'm tank fully collision resist. I don't think I've ever resisted Tornado in my life. Yeah, you have to resist Tornado 3 times in a row. So, good luck. It's basically impossible to resist. It's basically impossible to evade. It's very stupid. Bad skill. Nerf it. Nerf Tornado, nerf Flash Wave. 2 dumbest skills in the game. Would be a good amount of melee evasion for you, unbuff 1600. 1600 I would say is the bare minimum. Good amount of melee evasion, I would say 1900. I'm rocking like 1740 right now, and it's kind of meh. I mean, it works, but also it doesn't work as well as it did when I had like 1900 plus. I can definitely feel the difference, but I'm giving that up for more offense. There's always going to be trade-offs. What's up, C-Ban? You have 300 Abyss currency saved? Dude, I don't have 300, but I am hoping that the boxes get updated tonight. And our little 6-line patch note that didn't say hardly anything, I'm hoping that they sneak that in. That's going to be huge. I'm going to wake up at 5 in the morning and just list every pair of Shadow Harvester boots. Belt of Bloodlust, probably the most expensive thing that is needed commonly. From bosses? Yeah, I mean, is it needed though? Like, you could just get the new Perception Max Health belts. You don't need a Belt of Bloodlust. It's not like your build fails if you don't get a Belt of Bloodlust. The only, like, mandatory... I mean, even, like, when it comes to a Dentist, yeah, a Dentist is good, but you can be totally viable on a greatsword with Duke's Fury Warblade. I'm trying to think of builds that like need a field boss weapon. I mean, Excavator Wand, pretty good, but like You know, is your build trash without it? Of course not. Got 5 boss drops, only cows and daggers worth selling at 1400. Other drops were 100 Lucent. Butcher Boss is CCing the 3 mobs before it? Yeah, no, that's the hardest part. That is... Have you guys had any groups collapse? Because they can't CC 3 of the mobs? Nobody do the mechanic. If I see anybody do the mechanic, they're kicked from the group. Ah. That's... You love to see it. Fantastic group. Fantastic group. As long as there's no Shadowmancers to CC or prisoners to unlock, this group is great. Sorry, we're saving Marins for T2? In what sense? Like, because you need the Solent? March 2025, April 2025? Yeah, I think those are probably reasonable guesses for T2. Will T2 gear drop in the new dungeons, or will it drop in the current T2 dungeons? Both. There won't be new dungeons when T2 comes out, unless they give us T2 and level 55 at the same time, which I would doubt that they would do it that way. They're probably going to spread it out a little bit. So you'll see tier 2 gear drop in our 2-star dungeons and in abyssal dungeons. There's a couple sets that will drop in the current abyssal dungeons that we have now. And then there's 5 sets, 6 sets of tier 2 that'll drop in the dungeons. And then the weapons you'll get from turning in your dimensional shards that you get from tier 2s. But it doesn't take that many of them. It's like probably a couple weeks worth, so you don't need to start worrying about saving yet. Does the amount of unlock stones change for T2? Yeah, it's twice as many. I'm a small guild leader. I'm looking for a few more members. What's the best way to recruit? Probably global chat, right? I've seen some guild recruitment in like the official Throne and Liberty Discord. I don't spend a ton of time in there, so I don't know how successful that is. But I would assume just global chat, going to events, getting on the rankings as best you can. If it's a smaller guild, I think that's you know, that can be tough, but if you're trying to appeal to people who, man, I didn't get any good trades today. Oh, actually, these Evan Roars might sell. I would just show up to whatever content you guys are focusing on. Like, if you're a guild that really likes to do GVGs together, then show up to GVGs and try to stand out and recruit people that, you know, go to similar events. Okay. This is... Oh, melee, just kidding. Range is the only one that's worth money here. Melee evasion, 45. Boo. Garbage. This is my, all my minimum price items that I listed 2 months ago that still haven't sold. But I'm still holding out. One day they will sell. Or I can vendor them for 2,000 Solent. That's my other option. I could dissolve them. I could just put all these traits into a chess piece and dissolve it, I guess. It's okay, we got space. Yours is conflict on Amos? That's so weird. Is it better to sell during prime gaming hours? Yeah, usually it is. Any other tricks you know for getting contract tokens, etc., to do more content if you've burned everything down? Well, have you bought everything from here? Phantom Tracker Star Shop. You can buy these, more contracts, more dimensionals, more abyssals. You get a lot of abyssal tokens from your Amatoy expeditions. I think a lot of people are neglecting those. Hold on, let me see if this group is still going. Viz says he needs 8 minutes. That's very exact. I feel like we're going to have an event by the time that happens. Yeah, Star Shop. I mean, other than that, you could always make an alt. You can go farm contracts in the open world. It's not the most efficient thing in the world. But if you're real bored and you have a lot of time, you could do that. More Arc Boss portals soon, I think. Yeah. These ones might even drop loot. Snagged a few chests from Saradoma. The Saradoma chests, yeah, if your guild can get you in there, or if your server's lower population, you could definitely get tokens from Saradoma chests. I was doing that for a little while, but I just couldn't find the time to run the dungeons, dude. I'm like always capped. Does NA server also doesn't get loot from Tevent Queen? Yeah, nobody got loot this week. They said they fixed it in today's patch, though. The patch that we're getting later tonight is going to fix it. $750 collision resist without the SNS passive. If I'm stacked, I'm 930. Does it work yet? At 900, does it work yet? I feel like I resist tornadoes quite normally. Okay. Well, there you go, guys. As long as you can get 900 resist, then it'll work. That's crazy. 900 resist is crazy. What up, Stalroom? How you doing? I'm almost paralyzed and very restricted in what games I can play, but I'm so glad I started this game. It's great. Do you know if guild raid weapons are sellable on Marketplace? They should have the same rules as the weapons that drop from the field boss outside of the guild raid. It's basically the same boss. You just get it all to yourself. It's possible to play KR servers for global plebs. Yeah, you can. If you don't live in one of the regions that it services, you might need to use a VPN. Although, I logged into Korea the other day without having my VPN turned on. I just forgot to turn it on and just logged in to check something, and it didn't kick me. So I don't know what that's about. I don't know if they've opened it up or what. What item from Resistance Lithograph do you advise me to get, to sell or use? All I do with the Resistance Lithograph, very simple. You just go miscellaneous lithograph, type the word resistance, and then you just look at the prices. I don't do weapons because the rubrics are too expensive. So we just scroll down. Grips 250, trousers 286. Hood 290. And yeah, so I would probably look at the hood and the trousers. I would check the traits on both of those, see which one was higher, and that's the one I would make. But it could be different on your server, I don't know. It's fun circling and Greatsword Dagger when they're in the middle of a charge up. Yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to do that against Spear. I don't think they're going to give Spear a bunch of little potato charge-up abilities. It looked pretty fluid. I feel like Greatsword is done on December 5th, dude. I don't know who's still playing Greatsword after Spear comes out. I don't know, dude. I don't know. All right, we got time for one more, then we do the event. I need to chew up these contract rights. I keep getting distracted. Yeah. Can we get a use all button? Okay, I have 2 shattered, so let's get some more shattered. More shattered, and how are your thoughts on Shadow Harvester set on Greatsword Dagger? A lot of sacrificing from a melee evasion build. If you want to gear for sieges, large-scale fights, even to some degree, I would even say like 70 versus 70, like Boonstone, Riftstones. I think Shadow Harvester is really good. If you want to do arenas, I don't know if you can do arena right now without melee evasion. Certainly not solo queue. You might be able to do 3 like ranked 3s. Pre-made 3s without melee evasion, but I think for solo queue arena you kind of have to have melee evasion. And then for like Dominion events and stuff like that, the smaller end fights, I think melee evasion is really crucial. But if you care more about the big fights, then you can definitely give up melee evasion and go for leather build instead. A lot of Greatsword Dagger users give up melee evasion for large scale, especially as the game progresses. Probably see even more people do that in Tier 2. Is it still worth to trade blues? I don't have much time to play, so I'm 2100 gear score. It's always going to be worth it to trade blues before you go to purple. It's way easier. The only time where you might skip blue entirely would be like possibly weapon, and then like helm glove. Like there's a few pieces where the purples are so cheap that you could probably skip it, but a lot of your blue pieces you should still be trading out before you go purple. And even if you're gonna skip blue, you should trade it out anyways, because when you transfer it to purple, you're gonna get a lot of cheap blessing. So you can keep that in mind as well. I need to switch builds. I'm the only one in this whole group that's got any kind of CC. That's how the pros do it. Will these sets by default be different than the current stuff? Better than the current stuff, or just different? The tier 2 sets? Yeah, they'll be better. It used to not be the case. When we played Korea, we would mix tier 1 and tier 2 pieces, but they made it so that tier 2 pieces upgrade to plus 12. And at that point, it's really hard to justify the tier 1s just because their stats are so much lower. So, yeah, once tier 2 comes out, you're probably going to be replacing all your tier 1s. You won't do it instantly. It's a grind. Like, getting tier 2 is a grind, especially getting the traits is a grind. So you won't do it instantly, but it'll be the goal. Is it true that you'll be able to buy T2 weapons with contract coins 3,000 amounts? It is eventually true. I don't know if it'll be true right when the gear comes out. That's probably going to be a catch-up mechanic, but maybe not. They might be available right away. I don't know what order they released them in Korea. Either way, I would not spend 3,000 contract coins on a weapon. I think you're much better off. I mean, how are you going to save up 3,000 contract coins? Like, yeah, what are you going to not buy your ink? Are you going to not buy your Mystic Keys? Like, I don't see how somebody would save up 3,000 contract coins right now. It's not that hard to save up the dimensional shards that you need for the T2 weapons. It's pretty much the same as it is now, like using dimensional shards for the T1s. I don't think it's going to be very hard to do that for T2. Considering that you played KR game, are the T2 weapons in the future world boss better than the current Arc boss weapons? It depends. Depends on the builds. But no, a lot of builds are still going to use Arc boss in tier 2. The Arc boss weapons will also be able to be upgraded to plus 12. So they'll still have some popularity. The bow will still be very popular. The daggers will still be very popular. The staff. You might see fewer people using like the greatsword or I don't know. They're all pretty good. I mean, even like the less popular ones, like the SNS, that pull ability is still pretty cool, I think. In tier 2. I think a lot of people will still favor the Arc boss weapons. Those greatswords are not what they used to be, though. The Tevent, not what it used to be. Sometimes one sells, then I'm stuck relisting all of them again. Yeah, I get like 10 loosened a week doing that. Very efficient. So worth my time. Permafrost vest, magic evasion, that's probably worth. Barely. Just barely. Max mana, this can go in the book. I assume? I didn't actually look, but I assume it can go in the book. Yeah, that can go in the book. Some of these, I'm like 99% sure they won't sell, but I get surprised, so I always check. Yeah, like this one, almost surprised me. Not quite, though. 75, I don't think that's worth. We can book that as well. Would you spend 200 on Lockstones on a Dentist? Yes. Yeah, a Dentist is probably the most valuable non-Arc boss weapon to spend trade stones on. I mean, what are we looking at here? Yeah, these are crazy. Yeah, I mean, if not this, then what? Like, I think this is the most expensive item in the whole game, like outside of Tevens. So yeah, you would definitely spend it on those. Is alt probably the most efficient thing to do? If you play a lot, yeah, if you play all day and you run out of stuff consistently, then an alt would be the most efficient thing to do. Is that still going to be the case when runes come out? Maybe not, because now you're going to be grinding runes with your extra time. But for now, yeah, if you're playing 8 hours a day and you don't have stuff to do on your main, then an alt is the best thing. If you just have a little bit of extra time, then go fishing. Go fishing or go farm cooking mats and make a little bit of money off that. Possibility of Queen Bell Spear coming out? Highly likely. Highly likely. There's 3 Bellendir weapons and 4 Tevent weapons. So, considering the split between 4 and 3, yeah, I think you're correct. I think it's going to be highly likely that it's going to be a Bellendir Spear. Dude, The fragments are going to go up in price. I didn't even think about that. It's already kind of happened. It's already kind of happened. How much are these? I feel like these were like 500 before the announcement. Do you guys see these going up on your servers already? Ooh, that could be a play. That could be a play. I could buy like 100 of these. What's the max level for weapon mastery? 16. I want to say your YouTube videos are amazing. You do a great job putting them together. Thanks, Wazi. I appreciate that. What should the next video be? I can't decide. Greatsword and Spear players will play it. I think Greatsword Spear is going to be kind of the new meme build. I think it's going to get clowned on. I got to be honest. Definitely going SNS Spear instead of SNS Greatsword. Yeah, I think a lot of people will be doing that. Hood is a Liberator PvP item. Yeah, Heroic Hood is really well statted item. It's probably the best resistance item, although the grips have a lot of value. The shoes had value for a bit, although I think everyone made them and then they dropped. It fluctuates, so you just have to check. The tunic was really popular for a while. It just fluctuates every week. It's easy to check, though. It takes 5 seconds to check. Just go type the word resistance in the market. I hate all these events. I guess we'll do Desert Caravan. Let me see if we're doing GVG. Bro, I'm so bored with these gear caps. People have these like cheesy SNS bow unkillable builds with the shield. It's like, can I just do normal level 50 PvP, please? Is Spear supposed to be melee or magic? That's still very unclear to me, Luna. It looks like it is melee to some degree, but there are very clear like range and magic looking attacks and like fire attacks. I don't know if that actually changes the type of damage that it does, or if that's just like, you know, it still counts as a melee attack, but now it just goes far. I have no idea how they're going to do that. Like, what about like knife throwing? I don't actually know. Does this still count as a melee attack? Has anyone tested that? Is Spear going to replace the Greatsword or the Dagger? It's probably going to replace the Greatsword. It's going to be hard to replace Dagger. Dagger does a lot right now that other weapons just like, between the evasion passive and stealth and the crit damage, I think Dagger's a lot harder to replace than the Greatsword. The Spear already looks like it's going to do everything that the Greatsword does, and might even do it better. What weapons can be naturally replaced by Spear? The Greatsword's the most obvious one, for sure. I don't think any of the other weapons are really going to be easily swapped out. There's going to be some trade-offs. The Greatsword seems to be the most obvious one. Isn't Endurance a better option in general? I don't think there is an in general. I think it's too case by case. There are certainly scenarios where Evasion is hands down better than Endurance, but I don't think either of them is better in general. Endurance is better if you aren't sure what to do, for sure. Like if you're torn between the two and you don't know, then go Endurance. Because Evasion is very specialized, but that doesn't mean Endurance is like broadly better. I have a fully traded blue set and a partially traded purple set. Should I dissolve my blue into the purple now or what? No. No, fully traded blue is better than untraded purple most of the time. Am I switching to Spear? Yeah, I think everyone's switching to Spear. Is anybody not switching to Spear? Who's not switching to Spear? Well, this belt is not future-proof. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I mean, nothing is future-proof into Tier 2. Except for Arc Boss weapons. What's my current builds? If you go to quest log and click on character builds and search Morlin, you can you'll see me pop up there. Where are the blue players? I'm not seeing any blue players. I'm seeing lots of red, I'm seeing lots of green. Okay, well. Escape maneuvers. Oh, I see a friendly. Do we play the objective or do we just play for kills?
This is why I don't trust anyone from Hakad. You mustn't be stingy in matters involving product acquisition.
All right, I'm just gonna turn these in for no bonus because I don't want anyone else to have them. Oh no, they're not open yet? Okay. You and me, buddy. You and me. Let's lock this down. You'll get 2 for free from a traded blue. Kind of. My issue is that already farmed the traits. They're just traded level 1 out of 2. Got a question about T2 fail stacking. Can you stack several items into each other at the end? Or you just want one item and reroll with conversion stone once it hits 444? You would never use conversion stones once it hits 444. I'm not sure what you're getting at with that. Can you stack several fail stack items into each other at the end? Every item can receive 1 transfer. It depends on what you mean by stacking the items into each other. I mean, if you do it in the correct order, you can potentially do like item 1 into item 2, item 2 into item 3, item 3 into item 4. But you can't put both items 1 and 2 into item 3 directly. Like, you have to do it in that order. Every item can only receive a single transfer. They can never... that never changes. I should have just left. I should not have re-engaged this. I'm going for it anyways! Almost had him. Purple offers better stats, so unless you can cheaply trade the blue, and you want to just start trading and using purple. I would definitely get your blue items fully traded before going to purple. In almost every case. If you already know what your purple build is and you already have a good amount of Lucent and you already feel comfortable doing that, then you probably wouldn't be asking the question. I feel like anyone who's asking that question should be chilling with traded blues while they figure things out. If you rush to purple, it's going to cause you a lot of problems, and it's not actually going to make you stronger than you were when you had fully traded blues. Do you know what's in tomorrow's patch? Only skins. A couple bug fixes. Overall, not a lot. Oh. Ooh, that could be a bell frag. Let me get that. Let me get that. Okay, it wasn't. It wasn't a fragment. What do you guys think the chances for getting fragments out of those are? Oh, a fellow Adentis user? Should we be afraid?
This round of deliveries has ended. The next one will be opening shortly. Please be patient. These people got a lot of coin.
Let me see if I can bait his dodge. Okay, well, that didn't go well. I got the perfect block, but then I guess, did I miss? I don't even know if my skill went off. More said my build sucks. I'm transferring to Spear. Chun Chun, your build's still gonna suck if you put it on a Spear on it. It might actually, the build that you have probably could work with Spear as long as you swapped all the evasion to endurance. Then I think it actually would work. Your hit's still way too low though. Your hit and your crit are still too low. You're not going to be getting enough value out of that Shadow Harvester 2 piece if you only have 500 or 600 crit. I tried to solo the Basilisk World Boss. It didn't work. When is Tevent? Tevent is in 45 minutes. Is this live? This is a pre-recorded rerun. Damn. There's no blue players, bro. Where's the blue squad? Where's our glob? Where's our blue blob? How can we make real money from the game? Just casually asking me how to violate TOS? I'm sure if you really want to know, you'll figure it out. Wonder what builds will work best with Spear playing Staff Dagger currently. I think Spear Dagger works, SNS Spear, Staff Spear. I think those are going to be the most common ones we see. I don't know, Wand Spear, we were talking about it earlier. Wand Spear might be the sleeper. Question is if prices of Balladeer fragments will rise more than what you have to pay in taxes. That is the question. That's the only reason I'm hesitating. It's because it's like, okay, if they go from 600 to 800, I didn't actually make any money. All right, a fellow blue. Let us commence battle, fellow blue. Yep, over here. Nope, take your time. It's fine. There's no rush. This is all... They're not going anywhere. You can just... Okay. Well, he wasn't very helpful. From what I understand, switching to Spear isn't going to be that hard. I mean, it depends on what your previous build was. Switching builds is not super easy in this game, so it might be hard. SNS Chain is still melee. Knife throwing is still melee. Yeah, so that's the question then, right? If all the spear attacks are still considered melee, even if you're like throwing a spear, then suddenly we've got 4 melee weapons and 2 range and 2 magic. Everybody's going to need melee defense, right? Like everybody's going to need melee evasion. Everybody's going to need melee endurance. It's going to become so much more mandatory, and it kind of already is in a lot of areas, so... Is Lucent shared between alts? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Got a question about T2 fail stacking. Yeah, I'm still not sure what that question is about. You're going to have to rephrase. Spear is just a hype. Is good for AoE damage and farming. Greatsword SNS will still be better. Well, we don't know. But I think that's probably not going to be the case. Just one, because you will want to transfer your main weapon into fail stacks. How do we get AK Blessing with fail stacking? There's a bunch of ways you could do it. But the most reliable would be to transfer purple into purple into purple into purple. Like 5 or 6 times. I wouldn't assume that you need AK Blessing. It's going to depend on the slot. What's up, Chun Chun? Why are there untradeable fragments in the game? Well, by making them untradeable, they can give more of them outs. If they handed out the tradable ones, that would drive the prices down. And so giving out untradeable ones allows them to be more, like, generous, I guess. Bro. It's just a bunch of greatsword daggers. None of us can dodge each other. I got no cooldowns. I got nothing for you, dude. Oh, I'm being rescued by a red player? Thank you, red player.
Is that so? I can guarantee instant delivery.
This guy really wants it.
Price of 3/4.
Predictable, dude. Too predictable. I'm gonna... Oh, come on. Why is everybody going for me? There's two... You're fighting a 2v2 over there. Got 2 Tevin ones and I can't sell them. Well, 178 more and you got yourself a Tevin. A Dentist is probably the worst greatsword for events where they reduce your HP like that. Is it though? I mean, it has a minimum. I don't think it's bad at all. I think it's probably the best greatsword. Which greatsword would be better? Maybe Fury Warblades? But I mean, they cap everything, so it's not like the stats on the other greatswords are any better. Bro, 15 base damage? If that works while your stats are capped, that's still a crazy amount. Gonna get you. Look at how strong the bow shield is in these low-level fights. What do you think is going to be the best pair for spear? Sword and shield. Is triple 600 endurance good enough? I don't know how we would calculate good enough, but it's solid. More would be better, less would be worse. But 600 is solid. Bow Spear might be good. Nah, nobody's going to play Bow Spear. I mean, someone will play it, but it's going to get clowned on. It's going to be like playing Bow Crossbow. It'll probably be really good in PvE. You're running Darkslayer daggers? Yeah. Recently swapped away from Greatsword to Bow, and while my guildies are hitting Mastery 16, I'm inching towards 11? Yeah, but what does the last 5 levels of Bow Mastery actually get you? Is it something that's going to, like, consistently change the outcomes of your fights? Probably not. It will be melee and range defense mostly. Well, we don't know. I mean, it could be entirely melee. Even though they're range attacks, they could still be classified as melee. We don't know how they're going to handle that. I think that's the most confusing part. How useful is endurance in PvE dungeons compared to evasion? I haven't done any PvE testing at all for endurance, so I can't really give you any kind of educated answer there, other than to say that it probably doesn't make a big difference either way. Just having your gear upgraded, like just having defense, is going to do a lot in PvE. I don't know that I would pick evasion versus endurance for PvE reasons. Like I don't know if there's a good way of doing that. I would pick whichever one you think is going to work best for your build overall. And that'll be fine for PvE. If you're dying in PvE, it's probably because you're doing something wrong, not because you picked the wrong stat. Is there a 10 to 15 minute stream delay going on? I mean, there's lots of chats and I'm trying to play the game. Do you have a stream delay? No, I don't have a stream delay. I'm just trying not to skip messages. It's not 15 minutes. Calm the fuck down. It's like 3 minutes. You guys are such drama queens. How much CP is 1 point of weapon mastery? 20? I'm gonna dungeon tank with SNS Spear. Seems like heavy attack buff on Spear for whole team is gonna be sweet. Yeah, I think SNS Spear is gonna utterly replace SNS Greatsword. That's my prediction.
Till this window closes. Hurry up if you want your money.
What's better, Greatsword Spear or Spear Dagger? I think Spear Dagger is gonna be a lot more popular. Drama queens. Look, see, we're already caught up. I was just trying to attack my own teammate there.
The last caravan will be departing soon. I'll finally get some rest.
Time to spam more. Wonder if Spear Greatsword will still be decent. It really depends on how they handle the CC nerfs. I think Spear Greatsword is going to be very popular at first because it just looks cool. And then I suspect that if they actually end up going through with the CC nerfs at all, I suspect that what's going to happen is everyone who's playing a Greatsword now is just going to trade it out for the Spear. And Greatsword is going to become one of the less popular. People will try to make Spear Greatsword work, but I think it's just going to feel worse than Greatsword Dagger or Spear Dagger. That's kind of the problem with a lot of weapons right now, is that almost any 2-weapon combo you can think of, if you just drop one of those weapons for a dagger, it's better. And I think that'll continue to be an issue with Spear Greatsword. Like, if you just replace either one of those with a dagger, it's just going to end up being better. Guess Dagger is too OP. Yeah, Dagger, it just gives you... It gives you too many things that only Dagger has that you can't get in other places. And it's such like a... It's such a minimal investment in terms of like how much of your active skill slots it takes up. Bow Staff better than Bow Dagger? It depends. For large scale... For like conflict bosses, yeah, but for arena, I think Bow Dagger's definitely better.
Oh, I have to go to the oasis.
All right, Tevent in... Oh, it's in an hour and a half. I thought it was next hour. Will Tevent even drop loot? Probably not, now that you mention it. Probably not. Probably a waste of time. He'll die in like 2 minutes though, so it's whatever. Worth trying just in case? Yeah. Please don't go there. Maybe if enough people don't go, then they'll turn the... You know, maybe it'll not lag out, and suddenly he'll have drops again. Didn't drop an EU. Yeah, so, no, I mean, Bellendir loot didn't drop anywhere. And Tevent loot already didn't drop an EU, so it's not looking good. We killed Tevent EU 3 hours ago, and he dropped loot? Wait, now you're saying he did drop loot? What server? What server dropped loots? Should we go... Should we do more dungeons, or should I go PvP? Okay, there's some things I have to do today. There's some things I have to do. Let me go check and see if I got my purchases, my contracts done enough.
I'm in a good mood today. Let's spend all these coins.
Nope. I still need to buy 76 more trade stones in the next 6 hours. I don't necessarily need to do that right this second, though.
Don't stress out.
Before your back starts to get heavy, put things in store.
Brent dropped Greatsword and Bow on my guilds. Talus EU? Conquest. Okay, so some EU servers did get it. He did an announcement on EU that Tevin will not drop any loot, and he didn't. Well, people are now saying that on some servers he did. Only the equipped weapon applies your masteries. The way it works is whatever weapon is physically in your hand when you look at your character, that is what mastery is being applied. So when you're using a skill, the weapon that matches that skill will appear in your hand, and it will use that mastery. And then when that skill finishes, when the animation is done, it'll go back to whichever one you had equipped by default, and it'll use those masteries. Spend 700 to transfer to check. I wish we could just, like, make alts and other characters and log on and check without having to run them through the tutorial. Only conflict is bugged. Oh. So we're getting loot. Hell yeah. We're getting loot today, boys. I'll be right back. There's conflict Tevin today. We have peace Tevin. So this is the only time I'll ever be happy that there's a peace boss, because it means we're getting loot. It means someone's getting loot. I don't know if it's gonna be us. Desperately need more trade extraction stones. Get them from the Ornate Coin Shop. Ornate Coin Shop is gonna reset in like 4 days, right? Time to buy those out. Can you show your builds? You just want to see this? Or what do you want to see? Time to bust out the alts. Can't eat in the water? It's not realistic. Miss. Oh shit. All right, we will now be flipping coins at each other. Whoever gets heads more times than tails will win the fight. Wait, who are these guys? Quit interrupting our duel. All right, I'm out of here. Playing in a guild or solo? I'm in a guilds. You kind of have to be in a guild if you're going to play this game. Allen chests aren't worth anything anymore. They're definitely still worth something. We don't even go after the chests most of the time, though. We just come here to fight. Okay, let's see if they stay out of it this time. It's such a potato fight, bro. We can't hit each other. Miss. Same, bro. Same. Oh! That was a heavy. That's the thing. This build, not the most accuracy, but when it does hit, it hurts. Not even close. When does Lift and Moonlight spell event come? I've never seen it, but it's in my codex. I think it's bugged right now. I think Festival of Fire and Moonlight are both bugged. They mentioned it in the patch, so hopefully after tonight's patch, you'll start seeing it regularly again. What do the Allen chests do? They give you Abyss currency plus either dimensional tokens or abyssal tokens. It can be really good, especially if you do it like early in the morning or late at night when nobody's on. They can actually be really good. You can get like multiple chests, and you can end up doing like 5 extra dungeon runs that day. The Abyss currency's nice. Depends on how contested it is on your server. The gear I am stacking Blessing on keeps getting lucky and giving me traits. I don't want to use many trait reroll stones. I wouldn't be using trait reroll stones to stack Blessing. I don't think that's going to be worth it. If it's a junk item that you're stacking traits on, you're much better off just transferring it once it's full rather than rerolling it. Wanted it for Amatoys. Wait, there's Amatoys you can get from these chests? Who are they fighting? All right. My guild is we have 18 people online. I think they're all playing Ashes of Creation. It's for tier 2. Is there another way to reset the trait? Yeah, you just transfer it into another item. What's the item that you're using right now? Like, what's the item that you're building it on? Is it like a piece of gear you're actually using, or is it just one that you're trying to make blessing on? Not in game to know, debating if I should try to make it in. Will the Arc Boss be peaceful in an hour here? Some servers it's peaceful, some servers it's conflicts. If you're on Chernobog, it's peace. I don't know about the other servers. Go get him, boys. You're like 3v6. Best of luck. Okay, they got a few more. I think Blur is. I don't know who Blur is with. I can't keep track of the alliances anymore. I might be able to take one person down. No. I should have smoked a little sooner there. Might have been able to pull that off. Only managed to get one Bellendir. Never see the Arc Boss event coming up. Bellendir is always Saturday, and Tevent is always Wednesday at the same time. And it'll switch every other week between conflict and peace. Oh, we got some greens here now. Now at the last second. I don't want to hit these tanks. I'm going in. One down. Healer down. Everyone else in this group is a tank. This is only going to get worse when Spear comes out, dude. All of these SNS greatswords going to be playing SNS Spear. They're going to have even more endurance. They're just going to sit there holding Q forever. Although other Spears will be able to turn their Q off, right? With the new skills. So maybe we'll be able to stop these SNS players from holding Q for 2 hours and taking no damage. Alright, let's go snipe some chests. Bro, the chests are just sitting here. What the... I can see 2 on the map? You can never make Tevin unless I get off work. What if you, like, use as, like, a remote viewer? Wait, this is so free? Okay, plus 6 currency. Usually there's some rats that like stealth past and run around. Still can't believe they pushed the staff buffs in last patch. SNS wands cannot exist in this meta. I don't think SNS wand is going to get a ton of sympathy from chat. I'm just being honest. Don't shoot the messenger. Chat, do we feel sympathy for SNS wand players? Is anyone shedding a tear for them? Man, if only the game were easier for SNS wand players. Maybe after this latest patch. This latest patch wasn't great for tanks. Still feel fine. It's fair to hate SNS Wand. The class has zero purpose now. Contextually, what do they do? Just live forever and annoy people. They go to Arena to act cool. I actually think they kind of suck in Arena. I think Arena is the one part of the game where if I see an SNS Wand, I'm like actually relieved. Because at least it's not an SNS Greatsword. Whenever I go to Arena, it's 3 SNS Wand. That's literally not possible, but we'll take your word for it. Bro, 3 SNS Wand. That's what it used to be before they put that change in. It actually used to be like 2 SNS Wands and an SNS Greatsword. That would be like every Arena comp in Korea. Really missing your melee evasion right now? Now they can hold 10 people instead of 20. I had to bust my ass for 1900 SNS Wand. Fuck my class in Arena. I think it's really hard to solo queue. You can probably still make it work in a pre-made group of 3s, but I think it's really hard to make it work in solo queue. Are we just 5-manning this? What happened? I mean, it's fine, but... People are mad at SNS Wand because they're so tanky. That's literally their purpose. Sure. Yeah, that's their purpose. At the same time, you can go too far with it, right? You can still be too tanky, even if the purpose of your class is to be a tank. If a whole group of people can't kill you, then yeah, that's your purpose, but also, you know, maybe 6v1 is a bit much. Like, maybe it shouldn't take that many. I mean, the purpose of bow is to do damage, but we can all agree that Flash Wave is stupid. Earlier you mentioned Staff Spear could work. Can I ask why? Spear has the ability to apply... It sounds like it has its own burning dot. I don't know if it's going to be the same as the Staff one. But it also has some abilities that proc off of Weaken. I think you get attack speed whenever you apply Weaken. And so if you play Staff and Spear, you can take a bunch of range specializations for the Spear. So you can continue to play it as like a long-range class. And then you can use the weekends to get a bunch of attack speed and probably put out a ton of damage. I think the build might suffer from survivability, but no more than... you know, Bow Staff already does, and Bow Staff's a really good build. So, I don't know if Spear Staff replaces Bow Staff. I have a feeling Bow Staff probably still better in most cases, but until we actually see the Spear skills, it's gonna be hard to say. Burn on burn on burn. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of burn, which will translate to a lot of attack speed, which will then give you a lot of bursts. Plus, it just looks cool. And then Spear has a passive that increases your two-handed damage, and Staff is considered a two-hander. So there's a lot of synergy between the two. The patch removed their endurance shield block with negative stats bug, healing debuffs on multiple classes. They nerfed Nirma builds by having the piercing strikes all in one patch. A little heavy-handed. Well... I don't know. Do you think Nirma didn't deserve to... Like, Nirma was better than Bellandir in a lot of cases. Would you agree with that, or... I think the healing debuff was totally needed. I don't know if we needed to give it to Staff. I think we could have given it to someone else. But healing debuffs were totally needed. Healing is out of control in this game. Now, as far as like the bug that reduces your endurance, yeah, they should fix that. I agree with you there. There shouldn't be bugs that make you less tanky than intended. But that's the whole point, right? It's not intended. At least in theory, it's not. I don't know if they've confirmed, but it definitely seems like a bug. Flash Wave looks more of a magic skill. That's an item issue, not the class. They nerfed the item though, yeah? Or they could just buff the Bell SNS. Surely they will not let both the spear and staff burning stacks apply. I would imagine it's intentional that they let them work together. Like, it specifically said when you apply a weaken. And so that's explicitly meant to work with things like the burning on staff. It's considered a weaken. Do you think X-Bow and Spear would work? I think it's going to be kind of like playing X-Bow Staff. I don't think it's going to be the top choice. Sounds like we got a little bit of a rumble at Crypt. People are overlooking the karmic change for SNS wands. They actually have to build hit now with no passive. I'm a wand dagger, so don't think I'm trying to push a narrative. Just trying to pick brains and see if it's that bad. Yeah, I think SNS wand is just annoying to play against, and everybody hates them. Does that mean they needed to be nerfed as badly as they got nerfed? I don't know, but it doesn't mean they're not going to get a lot of sympathy. I feel like tanking and healing are both independently too strong. And so when you have the build that does both of those things, you're gonna get a lot of flack. Like, it's just not fun to play against. It feels like there's no counter. Oh, nice. Still had his trinket up. Thought I had him. He's cooked here, though. There's his roll. Now that we baited that, nights. That would work on a typical greatsword dagger, but not me. Not me. I know to count to 2 before attacking. Counting to 2 is so strong in this game. Nirma still has a 10-meter range, still a good weapon. Was it 20 meters before? Do you think I should quit my job when runes come out so I don't fall behind? No, it's not going to be that hard to get your runes. There'll be a little bit of a ramp-up period, but I don't think it's going to be that hard. They're all going to be nerfed anyways for our version. Everything that we get is nerfed because we don't have tier 2 gear yet. The 2-star dungeons that we got are so much easier than they were in Korea, you guys. So I'm sure the dimensional trials will be easy. I don't think the runes are going to be that big of a grind. Not at first. Maybe later on. Maybe they'll add more levels to it, but I don't think it's going to be that big of a grind at first. Someone said that they talked about adding 99 levels to runes when they came out, but I haven't... Do we have a confirmation of that? Because that sounds crazy to me. Any idea which armor sets could be good for spear? I think Field General is going to be really popular. You could play pretty much any SNS Greatsword or Dagger Greatsword build that you have now. If you just swap the spear out and keep all the rest of the gear the same, I think it'll work. Okay, ow. I thought I had... Damn it, I can't tell these guilds apart. I thought there were two different groups fighting, but it was just like one other idiot and me. Going Field General 2-piece and Shock Commander for SNS Spear build. Yep, I think that'll work. I think either of those sets will work. You can probably play a leather version of it too. You could probably play Spear Dagger as a leather build and make that work really well for large scale.
I know. I don't even want to look in the direction of that undead den.
You know, zombies are very common in the town in Prayer House ruins. Skeletons, though, are common in the hollows where the ground is dug up.
I always do that. Alright, let's try to go get one more chest from Sardoma. Why not?
Never ever touch a monument stone over your back.
A longbow and spear work. They both have endurance passives, so I mean it's interesting, but I don't know that that'll be their first choice. I feel like longbow and staff is just better. It's hard to say though. Until we actually see the spear skills, it's going to be hard to say. I'm sure it'll work to some degree. I just don't know if it's going to be as good as the other options. Which two Field General pieces are the best? I like helmet and gloves. The gloves are crazy for attack speed. You got the 5% attack speed, the 6 perception, then you get another 8% attack speed as a trait. So I like these a lot. And then the helmet, perception, and max health. As a greatsword user, I value this a lot. If you're not scaling off of health, then this might not be as valuable. Part of it too just comes down to like what your other alternatives are for that slot. I would never use the chest piece because this is way too good. The heroic armor is like way too good of an option for my builds. But if I wasn't building melee evasion, then I would have a much different take on that. So, new PC. My new PC never got shipped. They just told me. Actually, they didn't even tell me. I had to go on the website and like make an account and find my order to figure out why it never came. And they said that my address didn't match my credit card. And I'm like, okay, thanks for letting me know. So I had to reorder it. So I don't know when I'm getting the new PC. Another week, I guess. I was quite annoyed. Like, can you guys let me know if it goes through this time? They sent me 2 different confirmation emails and never bothered to say that the order didn't actually go through. What's the point of a confirmation email if you're not actually confirming the order? That's why I build my own PC. Well, you still have to buy the parts. Alright, looks like somebody already scooped the good chests. People definitely still show up for the chests at the end. It seems like the chests at the beginning no one really cares about, but people definitely still like getting the chests at the end. Alright, back to Crypt. Ask them if they accept Lucent. Seeing a lot of orange. Not seeing a lot of green. Trying to just assassinate someone while they're distracted, but there's too many. They keep getting healed. That's what endurance looks like when pushing as a tank right now. Poor tanks. We all feel so bad for tanks, you guys. Tanks have had such a hard time in Throne and Liberty. Oh, they can actually die now? That's so sad. That's so sad that tanks are having their first death 2 months into the game. When I take away hostile guild option, surely it's going to make it even harder to target. Yes, it is going to make targeting even worse. I am not thrilled about that change. It feels like a band-aid. I guess it will help the servers that have like 16 guild megazergs. It'll help to make that harder to do, but it feels like a total band-aid to me. Oh, it's daytime. I thought we still had like 30 seconds. Tanks love us staff players now. Should I keep a fully traded Primal King or feed it into Unrelenting Bracer? Do you need the Perception? The bonus damage is really only good on crossbow. So I would only bother with Primal King if you're super thirsty for the Perception. People marked him as feuds or interests. Well, you can only have 20 of those. So, I mean, you can roughly know like where your ally shot caller is or something like that, but it's going to be really hard to hard to tell at conflict bosses if there's 5 different alliances and you're supposed to be friends with 4 of them. It's going to be more chaotic. But yeah, I don't think it's the best way to go about fixing it. It's just something they could do quickly. It's something they could like get into the game fast and soon. It's not the best solution. And I mean, they said as much. They were like, yeah, we're still looking at this. So, whatever. Do you guys want to know the secret tracker farming tech? Brand new player wondering what server to join and what weapons to use. I don't know a lot about the different servers. There's so many servers, it's kind of hard to keep track of what's what. If I'm invisible, it's harder to see. As far as what weapons to use, you should use whatever you want. Whatever you think is going to be fun. You can make it work. How to make the whale icon beside the map. Only events bosses icon. It's bugged and I keep forgetting events because of the whale icon. This thing up here, this is very buggy and it's very hard to do anything useful with it. Sorry, I couldn't be more helpful. A lot of times it'll show me like, you know, 7 p.m. bosses here, and then the 6 p.m. bosses will be like, or the 6 p.m. events will be like way down here, hidden. Sometimes they'll be mixed. They'll be like all piled on top of each other. It's just kind of wacky. Thought the tanks aren't classic tanks in this game. You can be tanky enough to take boss mechanics and to face to the face and do enough damage, so enemies aren't just tickled. Yeah, well, I mean, the problem is you have 2 main tank builds, right? You've got SNS Greatsword, you've got SNS Wand. SNS Wand is also acting as a healer, so it just makes it feel like it's impossible to do anything to them. And then SNS Greatsword completely one-shots you, even though it's supposed to be a tank. So I don't think people like fighting against either one of those, and that's why tanks get so much hate. I'm making the Unrelenting anyways. Not sure if I should keep the second piece. Might need it if I ever decide to go for Bell SNS. You might need the Primals. Fun fight we had at Docks. The heavy attack to kill me was very nice. That's pretty much the only time that I get kills on SNS users, Vex, is when I hit that heavy. I'm all in on heavy attack. Tried to stealth into Sanctum for Juno and got flash waved. For Conflict Juno? They got a portal now for Peace Juno. Got 3 pairs of boots yesterday from Trackers. Had the very bottom back area to myself for ages. How many tokens did you spend? I spent almost 20k tokens yesterday just on Trackers and Guardians, and I got 0 boots. This is the best farm that I've found. I'll tell you guys how I think it works. So I ignore all the range. Any Guardian that I see can spawn as a tracker. So I go in a circle around here. I kill every tracker and Guardian. Also, the Guardians drop purple belts, so they're worth killing anyways. The only thing is that the range mobs pile on me while I do this, so it can get kind of spooky. I could kill that Guardian as well, but he's kind of surrounded by other mobs, so it's a little scary. But like this one, a bit safer. He's kind of by himself. Obviously, there's a certain morph technique that you can use that helps with this. But yeah, I just run and I kill all these trackers. And then when we get back to the beginning, I'll run over to the door. There's 2 mobs at the door that are always trackers. They don't swap like these ones do, which is quite confusing. It seems like every room in this dungeon has a different rule for what can spawn and what can't. This could be... we'll be alright. We'll be fine. I just need some cooldowns. And then we just use a completely sanctioned technique to get our health back. And then I go here. This guy, as far as I can tell, is always a Guardian. So I just ignore him. And then there's always 1 tracker on each side. So we kill those. There will be 3 other Guardians here. Ignore, ignore. Another tracker. I don't know where the 3rd Guardian is. Someone might have just killed him. Or he might be walking around. Yep, there they are. And then we go back. Go back to the circle. That's all it is. Yeah, I had this to myself last night for over an hour. But I didn't get any drops. Very sad. But I probably killed 200 trackers. So, Unlucky. Probably better to do it with 2 or 3 people. Because once they fix orking, I'm going to spend too much time sitting here getting health back. So probably better to do it with a healer friend. And there's definitely enough of these mobs to where, like, even if you're killing pretty fast, I don't think you'll overclear with 2 people. You might even be able to do it with 3. And then a couple of these side rooms, if you really wanted to, you could veer off. And there's some guardians that'll spawn over here that could also be trackers. But you'll end up pulling more range as well. So juicy guillotines, yeah, really good single target here, but you know. Survivability, on the other hand, kind of rough. No sustain. Usually doing this with a few friends early in the morning on the 2nd floor. I tried doing 2nd floor. I can't find a rotation on 2nd floor that feels anywhere near as good as this one. I think there's way too many range mobs that you end up pulling. If you're in a group, maybe you could do 2nd floor. I don't know. I just felt like I was pulling too much extra crap on the 2nd floor trying to get to these trackers. How much is 1 pair of boots on NA, 800 on EU? They're like 900 for us right now. There's a bug that makes Kurtaki stuck in one place and then you just DPS him down. Yeah, I heard about this. Are people doing it on purpose? Are contracts linked to drops? Because I noticed if I don't do contracts, I get nada for drops. There's no reason to think that they're linked, no. Had a guy show my group how to do it last night. I don't know about that one. Accident every time. Yeah, I don't know if I'd be purposely bugging out a boss. Certainly not while streaming. This orc shit is already suspicious enough. I didn't see orcs mentioned at all in today's patch. Like, have they tweeted about it? Have they said anything? Some dude put a video on YouTube of how to do it? Oh, I mean, of course, yeah. Of course. If it exists, it's on YouTube. Bro, there used to be YouTube videos for Black Desert that would show you how to dupe silver. And they didn't get fixed for like 14 months. They kick people out of the dungeons who don't want to do the bug. Oh, wow. That's probably not good for your game's culture. If we use SNS as main weapon and then use Greatsword, did the skill use Greatsword trait or SNS traits? Your traits get applied across your whole character. So you want to level up traits on both weapons. Do you guys think they should make it so that trash mobs in dimensional dungeons have loot? Or is that too much? The chest at the end is supposed to be everything? I don't know. I just always feel annoying having to kill trash that has 0% chance of dropping any items. Like... feels like it's just intentionally wasting time at that point. Especially this trash. Knockback, knockback, tornado, tornado. Don't stand in the yellow. Let the staff players handle it. Feel more fun to get some dopamine hits on the way to the boss. Yeah, I mean, for this dungeon, it's kind of not optional either way, but like a lot of the 1-star dungeons, you're just walking past so much of the trash because it's just a completely pointless time waster. It feels unsatisfying. Question is Greatsword Spear or SNS Spear? Bro, SNS Spear is definitely going to be better. It's not even going to be close. Greatsword Spear is going to be the noob trap. You're rolling a spear? Everyone's rolling a spear. You seen the video? Every person in the game is rerolling spear. We're all rolling spear, we're all rolling melee evasion. That's it. Which weapon you have out a lot in PvP? Let's say dagger staff user. Staff will have a lot less evasion when you're about to get hit. When I understand it's best to swap to daggers. No, you would just always keep the daggers out. I mean, you could... you have the auto attack from the staff. So if you're only concerned about damage output, then yeah, you could have the staff out. But if you care about that evasion, you're going to always want the daggers to be out. Already melee evasion? Every single person got stunned. One guy died at the start of the boss fight. We finished the boss without him, and he said, "Good job, my slaves." Whoa. Don't let him talk to you like that. Honestly, I was talking about this the other day. That was kind of a technique in Korea, purposely dying so that you could AFK on 2-star bosses. Was kind of a technique. Because like towards the end of Hyper Boost, everyone was so geared that the dungeons weren't really that hard anymore. You could do them with like 4 or 5 people. So you would just intentionally die and be like, oh, whoopsies, AFK. And you just let other people do the mechanics for you. Bro, I'm not even close to this thing. Evasion is fun, 45% chance of getting hit actually seems to save me a lot. Oh yeah, no, it's melee evasion is super good. And it's only going to get better when everyone on the whole server is playing Spear. Staff users win again. Nobody building magic evasion. Which combat do you prefer, New World or Throne and Liberty? I think New World's combat was probably better when it worked. Problem with New World combat is it was insanely riddled with bugs. And the 50v50 wars were so laggy that like if it actually worked it would have been a lot of fun, but it very rarely worked the way that it was intended to. Link, you're gonna kill me. Please. Please, Link. Link. Link, why? Why, Link? Turn your monitor on. I know you know how to do this fight. I have to... for whatever reason, I cannot stop burning cooldowns on him when he's taking damage reduction there. I need to hold cooldowns. Ooh, see that 31k? Bro, why are you griefing? Alright. Saving cooldowns. He has like 90% damage reduction when he's doing this, so... Did we get a second one? No, not yet. Alright, back to cranking. Okay, see, that's what you do. Good job, gamers. I bloodline before that? Yeah. That's alright. I think we'll be okay. Oh, did I miss one? My bad. GG. Are we actually gonna wipe? That's crazy. All right, the final three. Bro, the AoE is so wide. How did I miss that eye? That's embarrassing. Okay. I'll start, like, over here, I guess? I never did this on KR because I was always ranged. And run saved. Good job, boys. Ooh, Shock Commander Gauntlets. Wow. Melee Endurance. 70 Lucent. 73. I'm so good at this market. I don't know why my light changed. According to 2-hour streams that WLP translate on stream, and they show pictures, there will be no more shield block as shield block percentage. There's a 5th stat coming. That tune Defensor and Endurance. Okay, now we just need another translator to translate what you say. Is that why you can nuke balls with focused firebomb? Is what why? Because no one builds magic evasion? Yeah. Well, I mean, anyone who's remotely interested in Arena has melee evasion. And then usually range evasion is the other one that goes along with it, because a lot of people are building like plate pieces, shock commander, or field general. Magic is definitely the least defended against type of damage right now. Even with all the free evasion from runes, it's still going to be BIS to go Ebon Boots legs with resist chest and blue resist helm. For what builds? Evasion or endurance for DPS bow staff, PV and PvP. For bow staff, you can do either one. There's very common evasion and endurance builds for bow staff. Kind of comes down to preference. Up 2300 Lucent and 100 sales. Wheel P is streamer on Twitch OGKR. Yeah, we know who Whelps is. That wasn't the part of your message that was confusing. Does increasing attack range increase Tevent Greatsword passive AoE? Probably not, but I can't say that I've ever been in a position to test that out. I don't think attack range increases the width of any of your AoEs, though. I think it only increases how far away you can be from someone when you're attacking them with an ability. Okay. Should we go kill some more trackers? We have Tevent in 30 minutes. Probably don't want to do any more 2 stars. We could do some more 1 stars though. I don't know how much value runes give, if that will make it go more valuable to go other pieces since runes still giving you a great amount. We can only speculate how much we're going to get from runes. I mean, we could go and look at KR runes, but I don't think we know how much, because in KR when the challenge dungeons came out, they went to level 30, but you had tier 2 gear, so pushing to level 30 was reasonable. If they keep everything tuned to the same, and then we're trying to push to level 30 with like 3,800 gear score, that's going to be a lot different than doing it with like 4,800 gear score, like you did in KR. So I don't know if they're rebalancing it. I don't know if they're putting a limit on how high we can go. I don't know if they're changing the runes. I think we kind of just have to wait and see with some of that stuff. After Spear Showcase in English, there was 2 hours plus stream with devs in Korean. You gonna try Spear? Yeah, everybody's gonna try Spear. On EU, 1 hour before the boss, there was a server announcement apologizing that the upcoming Tevent won't drop loot because of a bug. It seems like the Conflict Tevent is bugged, but the Peace Tevent is not. It did drop loot? Damn, so there's people who didn't go because they saw the announcement and then it ended up dropping? Oh, guys, I got a fraud alert from my PC. That's a good sign. That means it's probably going through. Yes. Yes! That was me. That was me doing it. I think the bank might have called me too. Hold on. I've been trying to order this PC for 2 weeks. I gotta make sure this goes through. I'll be right back. Alright, well, hopefully it worked. Sorry about that. Do you think playing bow, staff, and staff 1 at the same time can work? Max bow staff at 16 and want to play 1 to bits? Or should I play this on an alt? You could probably play them with similar gear, yeah. Especially if you're playing it as more of like a hybrid DPS and you just use the one for like heals and sleeps. I think you could probably build it similar to the bow staff. Spear, greatsword, or dagger spear? Dagger spear. Everyone's going to be going dagger spear. Or SNS spear. It's just all the builds that have greatsword right now are just going to have spear instead. Endurance is adjusted and will place same impact on defensive stats as evasion. And more so for tanks. So we have a translated version of all this somewhere. I want to see what they actually said. Whoa! I'm under attack! Why didn't you guys tell me? This guy was gonna let me die! That's crazy, bro. I'll remember that. Are we going to lose a lot of burst with Spear over Greatsword? I don't know. We'll see. Seems like Spear damage looking pretty good. There's a good number of people already farming these. This might not be the time to do it. Yeah, it's too crowded right now. Let's bail. Let's go do some regular contracts. It's all speculative until it's live and we know. Yeah, I mean, well, if you just go and read the spear skills, there's quite a few of them that deal damage. Now, are any of them going to deal the same amount of damage as Deathblow and Guillotine? Almost certainly not. But Deathblow and Guillotine have a lot of issues. You know, both of them basically require your opponent to be CC'd in order for you to use them. The spear skills look very fast. So even if, you know, an individual skill does not hit as hard as Guillotine, if I can just use 2 DPS skills instead of having to do like a CC plus a DPS, then that could easily end up being burstier, you know? So we'll see. It depends on how fast the animations are. It depends on what the skill multipliers are. It depends on a lot of things. But right now, Greatsword excels at, you know, chaining CCs together and then 2 really big burst skills. Is that enough to make it worth using over Spear? I don't know, dude. It's hard to imagine that it is. Like with all the different things that Spear can do. I mean, Spear's got at the very least, it's got at least 1 stun and 1 fear. It's got just as much, if not more, movement than Greatsword. It's got buffs that'll increase heavy attack for your group. Like, it's got a passive that'll give you more damage and more endurance. So yeah, the Greatsword might still have more burst against a target that isn't moving. I'm sure that's going to be the one thing that Greatsword still excels at. Is that going to be enough of a reason to use it over Spear? I think probably not, but we won't know for sure until we actually see the numbers. Can be used to craft antidote to sandworm venom. Really? Interesting. Could also just be thrown in the trash. Is trade extraction conversion still X10? You mentioned in the video that purple traits would need to sell for 250 to be worth it. I don't quite think that's what I said. Currently, I'm using 4 to 1 as the ratio. I've gone down as low as 2 to 1 before when I've had a lot of stones. But there's so many items to sell right now with the new 2 stars that I think 2 to 1 is probably too low. Although maybe in Europe, you'd still do some 2 to 1s. But I'm currently doing 4 to 1 for my extraction stones. You didn't throw it away? Thanks for letting me know. It's okay. It was symbolic. I actually kind of want to go see what the formula is for it. What else does it cost? Bellendir is so laggy anyways. I never even know when to pop the poison. Usually I just do it as soon as I notice 1 stack. Okay, we got 44 more chances. What do you guys think? We hit this in the single digits? I got a good feeling about this one. Definitely a wise use of time here.
I got something to craft. There's no need to carry your materials.
Come on.
We'll take them off your hands.
Come on. Dude. Please. Scammed again. I'll end up spending all 99. Why you gotta curse me like that? If the endurance buff from Spear was similar numbers to Dagger's evasion buff, would you still want to build melee evasion over endurance for arenas? If you got 700 endurance from Spear, no, that would be game-breaking. Like, that'd be way too high. They would never do. They would never give you 700. If they do, it's over. It's over. No one's ever dealing damage again. 700 endurance is crazy. You can't do... so, like, in endurance, for the most part, you've got it as a trait, and you've got it on a couple accessories. But, you know, when it comes to evasion, you're really hunting after a lot higher evasion scores than you are with endurance. With evasion, to have any effect at all, you need to be beating your enemy's hits. So... with endurance, if you're able to beat your enemy's crit, that's really, really good, but that's not like the bare minimum. You can have a little bit of endurance and it's fine. So you can walk around with 900 endurance, and that's really strong. You can't walk around with 900 evasion. You need like twice as much evasion. So yeah, it can't give similar numbers. It's gonna give it's not gonna give anywhere near what Shadow Walker gives, unless they just decide to break the game. If it was 250 all endurance, would you value building endurance in arena? I don't think it would make a difference. I think the extra endurance would be nice either way. You could still have evasion, and that 250 all endurance would be very good. You could have endurance, and that 250 endurance would be very good. I think it would work either way. When it comes to melee evasion in particular, the deciding factor is going to be how badly CC gets nerfed. They've said that they're going to make it so that your CC immunity gauge builds up faster. We don't really know what that means. But if it's suddenly the case that you can't be reliably CC chained, then evasion is going to be much less of a like mandatory thing in arena than it is now. Want to see how close I am to getting another one of these? Okay. I'm like 3 runs away. If I get the right cues. We should get ready for 7th though. Oh no, resistances? At least they don't really work in this game. We are working on an issue that's causing no loot to drop from Tevent. This issue will remain during the upcoming Tevent boss encounter. Participants will still receive participation rewards as expected. Once resolved, we will reschedule previously impacted Arc boss encounters to give players a chance at acquiring the intended loot. Well, you heard him, guys. Don't go to Tevent. If you're on Chernobog, don't go. Don't go. You heard it from the devs themselves. Tevent, wasting your time. Not worth going. Listen tomorrow. You got that announcement on Zeroth? Do you guys have a peace Tevent or a conflict Tevent, Fake? Where is my hecking static, dude? 34 online. Man, my guild is really phoning it in. Fake, are you sure you want to join this casual ass guild? This casual Ashes of Creation guild? Oh, it is Thanksgiving. Okay, that's fair. New roadmap? Is this only in Korean? Okay, Korean roadmap. What do you guys think of this? Do we have one of these in English yet? Spear on December 12th. Weapon Mastery rework in January. Wow, I didn't know it was that soon. Do we think that's going to be that soon for global? One-man dungeons? Like Gate of Infinity, but for a whole dungeon? Enter Server Siege in March. Bro, Enter Server Siege. What does that mean? There's a certain number of people. You win your siege and then you get queued up against the people who won sieges on other servers? That's going to be fucking nuts, dude. 12-player raid in April. Yeah, I don't know how much of this we're going to get at the same time as Korea, but this is a sick roadmap. We're going to get Spear. I bet you we're going to get the Weapon Mastery. The other stuff, I mean, there's no real reason why they couldn't. Like, the 12-player raid might be higher level content, so we might not get that. But the rest of this stuff, I feel like there's no reason why we wouldn't get it global. Depending on how they handle the one-man dungeons. But like Spear Release, Weapon Mastery, and Inner Server Siege, they could definitely do global releases for all these. Guild chat is just people like, none of my static is on. Who should I group with? We have 30 people online. Just came back from my 13-hour shift. What did I miss? Apparently, Peace Tevent is still dropping loot. You look like Jake Gyllenhaal without hair. Thank you. Single target on Greatsword will be much higher than Spear. I don't know. Those burning debuffs and that big detonate effects, we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see what the numbers are. I thought Spear Wand might go hard because it could be a huge sleep bomber. Well, Spear Wand could be interesting, like, kind of in the sense that Staff Wands, you know, can be played as a hybrid. If you can get enough range on those spear skills, I don't see why you couldn't kind of do the same thing. The Sleep Bomb could be interesting too. I mean, there's at least the one AoE stun or the AoE fear, right? So you could sleep and like follow up. If you time it right, that could be pretty crazy. Expo Dagger will be forgotten after Spear Release. No, Expo Dagger's always going to be good. If they did 12-man, they would add Arch Boss for us. T1 and T2 till we are caught up with Korea, then we get yellow rarity. I think we're probably always going to be behind, like 6 months behind them as far as new content goes, but maybe next year we'll start to catch up. I'm not super worried about being like behind KR in terms of content. I'd more prefer that they just release the content at the pace that makes sense for the global player base. I don't see the need to like rush to get to the new content. Like there's stuff that we can do leading up to that. We don't need to like be skipping content, you know what I mean? What if we had a Neanderthal skin fitting to Spear? You know that there is archaeological evidence that Neanderthals may have actually had higher IQs than Homo sapiens. Really makes you think. We've been using Neanderthal as a pejorative this whole time, but it's possible that we were the dumb ones. I heard a YouTuber mention that the 12-player raids will drop a new tier of gear. Probably, yeah. I mean, otherwise, why would you do them, right? It's going to be some kind of new gear. Might not be a whole new tier, but it's going to be something worth getting. Does all hit chance food give hit in PvP? Yeah. All means both PvP and PvE.
Right, I'm like 80%.
Wand has a stun CC skill.
15.
Wand has a sleep. So if you were using Wand with Spear, you would sleep everyone, and you would follow up with a stun, or you'd follow up with a fear, whatever would make more sense when your bombers come in. Sleep people and spread the sleep.
Oh, it's peace. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah. I was around for that, yeah.
It's peace, so we have to be in the PvE studies, right?
Yeah.
My fault, I forgot about it.
Oh, fucking... Dude, put a banana in your anus and fucking cry about it, dude. Like, what the hell?
Asgore.
Like...
Asgore, you're.
Oh, okay, whoops. Fucking, we're talking about how Mid-X is a bitch, sorry. I'm gonna mute myself.
Asgore, your hot mic.
That was some carbs right there. If I say so.
Put a banana in your ass and cry about it, brother.
Someone click
Because
that.
he's talking about exchanging conflict bosses to get PvP content later. Fucking suck my dick, dude. Earn it.
Oh no,
what the
for
fuck?
sure. Mid-X was.
Yeah, dude.
I love Mid-X.
We love Asgore.
Shout out to Mid-X.
Sorry,
Oh, that was great comms. Right
Why a
there.
banana and not a
I'm
cucumber?
a tank. I have like 3 brain cells to rub together in my bed.
Does anybody have fucking comms live? Because that was a good clip right there.
We have great sword. We go ooga booga. Yeah, I hope somebody had comms live for that.
No friends. Hello.
Classic Asgore.
Recently clipped that. I want to put that on the edit or something.
Yeah, we need a soundboard.
Yeah. I wish I was clipping you. But...
Oh,
Yeah, but put a banana in your ass and cry about it.
poor prom. No static.
That was historical.
We clipped that for a soundboard.
All right, let's get all the serious stuff on. Serious potions, serious remedies, serious builds, serious stellarites.
Basically, obviously it's Thanksgiving. It's 11 Eastern, 8 Pacific. I think it would be truly fucking devious to schedule tax start tomorrow. So for
Yeah.
48
Should I mute?
No.
Okay.
No one's changing their family plans because of Ethereum scheduling tax card.
I
But
mean,
my God, the amount of salt that we
Call
could,
your parents.
the amount of salt that we could. Well, Quancy said she's abandoning her family to show up to tax start. So, it's gonna be. If we do though, oh my God, it would create such an enormous.
this convo
amount
proves
of
we have
salt
8% Neanderthal.
and just deal with that in general.
I have like 1.5% Neanderthal, according to one of those DNA check things.
It would be so much content. Just imagine. It would be.
What would
oh
Mid-X
my
think,
God.
huh?
We would fucking eat on.
Yeah, Cube, you like when they talk like that?
So fun.
So get you going.
Yeah. Can't make it. Obviously, family. Yes, people are traveling. If you're visiting family and you're just not home, it is what it is. Not saying like cancel your family plans to make the 27K tax.
You look like you have 1.5% Neanderthal. Thank
It
you.
would be an amazing amount of salt that we could mine. If
Been wanting to do those DNA tests for a while.
we only have like 50 reacts, and we have like 60
Yeah, I think some like evil
fucking button.
corporation has information that's going to be used against me during the AI apocalypse now that I submitted my DNA for one of those tests. But, you know, too late. Can't take it back.
That is the opposite of what I just did, actually.
Guys, y'all want to hear something crazy?
Oh my God.
You can attack people with herd morphs now. Still.
Again?
Mm-hmm.
Flash wave or anything?
Flash wave.
Alright,
You guys want to start the pit in the middle? Orc pit.
I like how they
Flash waves charge up.
Are we going to bait people into orking?
they buff orcs.
This could work.
and
Spin this
re-enable-
shit.
Oh God, I'm dying.
We're already getting hit. Bail.
Spam. No, you just gotta spam the orc. You just gotta spam it. Then you heal too.
True.
Orc pit and spam it. Then you heal. They can't stop you.
Spin this shit.
If you guys see someone orking at Tevent, you can kill them.
You just gotta bind it to scroll wheel, guys. You haven't figured out the tech yet. You just bind
They're
it to
going to
scroll
clone
wheel
you?
down.
I don't think they're going to clone me.
That's your zoom in, anyways. And no one's ever trying to go fucking first person.
Dude, I can't believe, bro.
Those are own people killing us. Like, that's crazy.
You should see Surgeons. He put it on his mouse wheel and unlocked his mouse wheel and just fucking flung it. And dude, I almost had a seizure.
You know, they're just going to have some like mind control satellite that's based on your DNA or something.
It's not this bad though. Like
It's
before,
whatever.
Like you could get
Nothing we can do about it now.
off in one invis. Now you can get to full health. And
You can always attack those flash waves at Annihilation Barrage. It's been a bug for a long time.
Portals.
Okay.
Well, they fixed it and then they broke it again, is what it sounds like.
I won't unlock it.
Oh, we got that too. Sick. Although I've heard rumors of Peace getting loot. We'll see.
Every server I've asked that had a piece one got loot. That's
Yeah.
multiple.
I think that's just a copy pasta to cover their ass.
Just in case it breaks again.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's conflict only. It's fucked. But we'll
Do you think we can get anyone to leave?
we'll flash wave it like I don't know. We should flash wave in the portal at some point to get these people out of morphs.
Hell yeah.
You try to keep my game from crashing.
They've allied up with Filter and they're gonna come fight us.
That's a whole fucking lie.
Let's go.
I don't know how true that is. I don't really believe it.
Looking forward to them transferring.
Wasn't aware they fixed it at all.
Wait, guys, I know we go.
guarantee you
I don't know if they did. I'm just
You guys transfer.
listening to the conversation.
Maybe
I
we
thought-
had that.
They still need to beat whatever guild they're fighting currently. What they're calling already.
I definitely remember getting melted
Came over to the
when
next
morphing
server,
at a peace
allied up,
boss.
and now they're deserting.
Better to sell Shadow Harvester legs now
Still called Unreal.
They beat them
compared
on-
to
beat them on Mana Wave.
compared to win.
Unreal said they were gonna fight us, and then
After they got fucking floored, and then they threw at the very end.
the next day Unreal said, "No, you come transfer to us." If
It would have been better to sell them in the past, but that's already gone. If you're thinking of selling them in the future, that's going to be lower.
We go through this every week.
If you're going to use them,
But what fucking
you could
food am
use
I
them.
popping?
This guy's
But if you're planning on selling them, definitely sell them now. They're not going up. Do I need to part of a big guild to really get the benefits? I feel like there's a huge advantage to being part of a bigger guild. You don't have to be part of a big guild, but it does have benefits, yeah. You can get loot from field bosses with just a 6-man group. You don't need a whole guild for it. The conflict bosses, you're going to need a big guild. But the peace bosses, you don't need a big guild to get loot.
Why did we give up our brimstone?
December 5, when dungeons start, drop it. Well, yes, it'll go down even further on December 5th, but it's going to go down before that as well, Hope. It's going to go down every day.
It was supposed to be for a cross server, but
I might sell them until they get lower prices next week. Yeah,
it's
it's going to go down. It's going to go down every day because you can make those leggings right now by using the dimensional shards to get the box. So there's a lot of people that don't realize that yet, but as more and more people realize it, it's just going to make the price go down every day. And then on December 5th, it's going to go down twice as fast.
And then threw it in the garbage and left.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Just make sure I'm doing peace events. Yeah, the peace loot is done group by group. The conflict loot is done guild by guild.
Getting ready to leave. I just want to see what you guys are up to.
I do also want to say real quick that.
No, I'm not doing to it.
Hello, I'm talking.
I'm talking too. What
I don't know why your streams calm my anger issues whenever I'm done playing random dungeon matchmaking. That's good. I will continue trying to be calming with my boomer stream content.
Anyway, people from other guilds have.
Yeah,
been
this
asking
Discord
their
probably
friends
won't calm you
who
down.
I guess think won't talk to me. Who our strongest and weakest guilds are between the two servers. It very much sounds like people are talking or having discussions with other guilds about transferring.
Do we think that Cookie or Heavy Hit is better for PvE?
Last minute. So when Siege comes up this Sunday, I need you guys to be on early.
The hit chance isn't really needed. 60 heavy versus 75 crit, 5% crit damage.
We're all going there, locking them in, and winning the Siege.
It's hard to say. I already have a lot of heavy hit.
Okay. Let's go.
I already have a lot of heavy hit. Should I use one of my last cookies? You think the heavy?
Or it's all a smoke screen to prevent us from thinking about transferring on them.
Alright, we'll do heavy.
Things like that.
I don't think we would be able. Oh my god.
Pop-ups.
We would be able to. Most of them are on early. I mean, full release, not early access.
I'm ready, chef. I'll be there early.
People are afraid.
Alright, boys.
Can you get a last
Wish me luck.
People should do it now.
Jump, 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 jump.
Good luck.
Oh god, all the randoms are also jumping. That's crazy. Our entire portal is jumping. It's fucking flea mode.
There's a lot of people here. Holy fuck. So how's your computer handle this compared to before?
I have about 15 more.
It's a bit
frames now
laggy.
than I did
It's a bit laggy.
That's a lot.
You're at
We only
18
had 2.
instead of
That's
3?
like,
Yeah.
That's it.
Do we Guardian immediately for this, or do we wait?
Make sure you pop a damage remedies, please, and go ahead and pop shades too, since that arm is not breaking.
Okay. We're popping shades now. I'm switching to Greatsword to get the extra damage.
Jump.
Brother, let me cast my skills. Alright, back to daggers. On the off chance that I actually evade some of this. Risking it a little bit with his blood devo.
that are just like not.
Okay, he's gonna do his zoomies.
Very jump again.
Check your cooldown on your damage remedy, get ready to pop another.
Jump in portal 2. Jump, fly.
Can't get me. You have to jump so early, dude. It's crazy. I don't know why my precision dash is going backwards. Like, I guess it's getting stuck on the boss's hitbox or something. It doesn't make sense, though. He's still in front of me. There's, like, no trees or anything to hit. Brother.
17%.
No, but you're at 17.
10%.
You're lying.
Okay. I'm gonna pop remedy. Now.
What is this?
Good job, good job.
Someone didn't follow directions.
Full combo. Got it. Oh, 30k hits.
Come on, give us a bow, please. Panchan needs a bow.
Boys, we just had some damage.
Alright.
My group's getting it
Loot,
for
go, loot.
sure.
Loot, run circles. Run
I'm
circles.
telling us who got the loot.
Well, team, we didn't get anything.
Yeah, I got shit.
Don't let me down when he's 3%.
We didn't get anything.
Inferior.
Okay, one last big hit at the end there. Yo, that's my loot. That is my loot. Okay, I saw bow and daggers. And
No way, man.
we didn't get either one. That's crazy. We got 2 pairs of pants.
No way.
That's insane. That's insane, dude.
Check yours again, Jade.
Every time we kill this boss, we get like 17 pairs of pants and no weapons.
Not leave until it forces you out. Fuck the other bosses, they don't matter anymore.
Yeah, everyone should be running circles in our portal just in case, please.
There's no way we got nothing.
Who got him? I don't even see who got him.
I mean, we got $5 sandals.
Not even a shard.
What did Fire get?
2 pairs of greaves.
2 greaves. That makes like 7 greaves total.
We got 0 items.
I didn't even see the alerts of who got the dagger and the bow.
No, what's up? Mordecai, Nerman, Azrael? Azrael, probably, yeah.
Alright, I'm out. Bye, guys.
Have fun.
Bye.
I'm checking Nirma.
That's depressing.
Hammer of Luna got Kev Greatsword.
Wow.
Congrats them.
Guild with 5 fucking people in it.
Disappointing.
Bro, I have no idea who looted those. I've been attending every stream this past week. I've been enjoying how every hour while you're chilling in my second monitor. Keep up the good streams. Thanks, Hope. I appreciate that. I'm glad you've been enjoying the streams.
Morica right now. Yeah, we had a bow in ours in Portal 1 that someone had to have gotten.
You didn't spend a single dollar since you started, and you're 3,700. Not only am I 3,700, but check this out down here, dude. That's crazy, right? I mean, look at that. That's a lot.
It was a Tev bow in Portal 1, though.
All right, let's go PvP. Do you get weapon loot there at this boss? Yeah, he drops 4 of the best weapons in the game, but our guild didn't get any. We only got the pants.
I just need more people want to go.
3 of us dropped a purple on the peace boss.
Kill Azrael.
Oh, using the bow cooldown strats? Yeah, I mean, that's... You can do crazy DPS with stacking bows in groups right now for PvE. I guess we go...
There's a lot of people running at us on Azrael right now.
Okay, just kidding. Going Azrael first.
Nirma's 100%.
Fascinating you didn't spend $1 having this much gear. Yeah.
Got a 12k with Flashwave on Azrael.
Alerts should be in chat. Yeah, I didn't see any. I think they're bugged out. Okay, let's turn player count back up.
Yeah. I'm just vibing right now.
Yeah, just making sure if we need.
Oh, we're good. He made it sound like we were getting zerged over here. We're fine. Should have gone to Mordecai. He's got that snaky wand. That actually saves people so much. Look at me doing the mechanic like a good boy. You guys proud?
Oh, bubble no longer prevents immunity to Flashwave either. You can Flashwave from.
So last time during Azrael, I killed some people doing their contracts up here, and I got literal hate mail. And now I feel like I have to go here and do it every time. Because that's one of the funniest things that's happened so far.
Did they even have a patch?
Don't know.
Damn, this guy has no debuff duration. He was stunned forever. That's crazy. Yeah, somebody sent me a letter in the mail because I killed them during Azrael while they were trying to do that contract. Look at this. Look at this. Like, how do you not know how happy that's going to make the person that you're sending it to? Like, it's so funny. It reminds me of, like, you know, playing on Xbox when people would, like, send you private messages. Or sometimes, oh, do you guys remember, like, Dark Souls invasions and getting hate mail? People would, like, add you on Steam. Or back when Game for Windows Live was a thing, people would message you on there because you invaded them in Dark Souls. It's like, do you really think that you're not making my day when you do that? Like, do you think that I'm reading this and going, oh man, this person called me names, I feel so bad? I'm obviously fucking showing all of my friends this and laughing.
Do you have anybody looking at Nirma?
Yep. It's full health. Unpulled, unbothered, in its lane, flourishing.
Oh, they're kind of pushing in now. They're kind of pushing in. Alright. Paying attention.
Wait, do you think that the guy complaining in Reddit, like writing the fucking things about Ethereum, are a good X?
Yeah, he left a comment saying Ethereum was on the Sin hate thread. He said Ethereum was doing the same in NA.
But he's not our kind of weenie. Where
Reddit filled with a bunch of fucking.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make them
You know,
regret
the
this.
first inner server, there wasn't even a Reddit post that it didn't happen, which like, tells me that Reddit has 0 competitive players on it.
I'm gonna write this guy a letter and let him know how I'm feeling about what he just did.
Yeah.
The only thing they're competitive at is Reddit.
Mail him back? I already did. I already mailed him back.
I only got one.
I mailed him back and I tried to make it sound as bot-like as I could.
I don't even know if I want to say what kind of post.
He didn't respond though. That's
No, not like that.
Are you
not
sure?
Like that.
I think you kind of need to now.
Explain yourself now.
He's
It was
posting
the-
his beaner. He's posting his beaner.
It was the poop knife Reddit, bro.
The what?
There's one party that's sinful here at Nirma, but
I assume we want to go fight Nirma, but we get a few more kills first. Sounds like there's only one group down there.
Get out of here. Run into Nirma.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's
I'm even
go.
more confused.
What's the Google poop knife?
I don't want to Google poop
Don't
knife.
Google it. Don't Google it.
Was in Desert Caravan event. I killed some mobs in front of a guy who was number 2 in leaderboards. He started insulting me in Russian.
No, if you
And then I followed him around the entire event, stole every single one of his mobs.
Nothing like that.
Because I'm ranged DPS and he's melee. Damn, melee getting bullied in every game out here.
Bro, I had to come.
He started mailing me even more. I reported him. He ended up getting a 1-week mute. Does the mute apply to mail?
Stay fighting Azrael. Please come hit people. Or come hit Nirma. Stay fighting Azrael. Yeah. Well, there will be.
Yeah, it's like kindergarten, dude. Just don't react. Like, if you don't want people to mess with you, just don't react. It's crazy. People are like... There's like middle-aged men that still don't know this.
Oh my god, there's 50 billion people.
What kind of guild composition are you guys running?
Don't crash out.
In terms of builds, it's mostly
Same thing.
wand dagger, staff dagger, bow dagger,
Something like offline 3 days. Goodbye.
SNS wand, a few SNS greatswords. A few greatsword daggers, although really we shouldn't be allowed. Greatsword daggers shouldn't even be allowed. Bow staff. And then a few crossbow daggers as well. Basically everything plus dagger is what we're running.
well, we killed the guys that pulled Nirma, but now I have the debuff. I'm sad.
Bro, can someone just kill the A-bombs, bro?
You can still mail when you're muted. That's good. That's good. I mean, they need to have some outlet, you know?
Could just jump in the lava.
Summon gate from Hall of Valor at Nirma. They're porting in.
Good luck bullying melee and PvP. I mean, if you get melee evasion, you can bully a whole group of melees.
7 so far.
I've seen staff wand players with melee evasion literally 1v6.
His friends constantly bitch about
Like
us.
me and 5 other idiots just spamming all of our abilities while the wand player just heals himself to full every 10 seconds. It's like so bad that we're like sitting there typing to each other like, guys, wait, like hold your guillotines. We need to synchronize. We're like strategizing in general chat to try to kill this one wand player who's got melee evasion.
Wait. You can't tell who's morphed now either again?
Why shouldn't Greatsword Dagger be allowed? It's really bad in large scale. And this guild focuses on large scale content, so they really shouldn't even be allowing us to play Greatsword Dagger. It's such a bad large scale build.
For a minute, didn't they?
The idea with Greatsword Dagger is that you were supposed to be there to shut down enemy crossbows. But you can just do that
Looking big, Vank.
as an SNS. You don't need a Greatsword Dagger to do it.
What if we turn the lights on?
It's kind of a pointless role in big fights. All right, we got a guild summon gate.
They get a portal to come right back in.
I'm expecting a fight. I'm holding cooldowns.
No,
it's conflict.
Oh.
Stop baiting. Reassembled stepping into the zone.
Yeah, see the crossbows that jump in and spin. We're supposed to counter them.
Stepped out. It's like
But, still got 2 kills. Didn't do my job. See, I mean, honestly, like, just G-kick me. If I was an SNS, I could just shove him, right? Like, as Greatsword Dagger, it's kind of slow because I have to jump to him and then stun. I can use Devastating Smash, but then there's like, I'm in the air for a second or two, so I can still get kills. The fastest thing I can do is Shadow Strike into Stunning Blow. But if Shadow Strike's on cooldown, then not a whole lot I can do. He's gonna bomb. Like, he's gonna get that bomb off. At least a little bit of it. We have too many Greatsword Daggers too. Well, if it's any consolation, we're all going to be re-rolling to Spear Dagger, and then we'll be useful again, because Spear actually has some stuff that looks good in large scale.
no jiving.
No jiving. That's something like please kill me kind of side.
He jives inside.
They weren't allowed to jive.
I don't think they're coming back.
Breaking Dark Knight, but Gretton got me.
Yeah. Alright, let's just kill. Do I just play in action mode? Not always. I do find it really annoying trying to click on people in this game, though.
What are you doing?
Something right there. I mean, to be fair, we waited a week thinking we're gonna get a blue. That's really on us. We're idiots.
Well, I switch back and forth, especially if I'm using Astral Vision. I have Astral Vision set to grab feuded targets. So, if it's a serious fight, I'll try to pop a ranged Astral on the enemy clump and get, like, you know, at least 4 names over here. And then I'll like keep an eye on those and try to counter them. But they usually come in stealth, so I can't really pre-target them. So I still have to like click it and then dash and then stun. And with how clunky it is, it's, you know, not always the easiest thing to pull off.
He's the guy
But
who
like,
claps both out his hands.
I can see Lero coming in, so I'll grab and then get ready, and then she's already dead.
The bot. Got me some gloves.
Scary, to be honest.
Wait, no, can you link me your Arc Force weapon?
Can you link him your fucking life health bar right now?
What am I doing? There we go.
Good job, guys. You killed the monster. We're gonna go Guildhall and Jade, and we're gonna roll for loot. We have a mountain of loot. I'm gonna go get water, and then we're gonna wheel aside.
Woe Spear incoming.
Items that we're selling.
Play action mode 24/7. I like it generally for just being able to swerve the camera around, and I grab people from the middle of the screen a lot. I don't know why, but like in a lot of cases I find that easier than actually trying to click them with the cursor. I feel like the cursor has a weird hitbox and it like gets caught on things. I can't really explain it, but a lot of times I find it easier to just like, even if I'm kind of like snapping, I find it easier to just grab. It's so dumbed down. You go SNS auto target attacker option and press hotbar lasso. That's the outplay. I do not know what that means. Melee evasion is insane. I was going a more normal build, just 180 a couple days ago. Spend everything to swap to evasion. Yeah, especially if you're going to do arena, which we should do actually. I've got some arenas that I need to do before reset today. Let's do some arenas. Okay. Ooh, this is a crazy comp. This is... We'll see what happens. If this healer has melee evasion, this is going to be a really hard comp to deal with for me. Hopefully this bow player is a gamer. Yep, he's evasion. I can't touch him. I probably should have swapped to my Mordecai. Can you swap at the beginning of the match during the preparation? Does anyone know? Brother just hit me for 10K. Yeah, I'm just completely getting carried right now, honestly. There we go. He's dead. My 50% hit rate doing a lot of work here. I mean, 50%, like if half my stuff lands, that'll still eventually... Man, it doesn't even feel like 50. It feels like 30 right now. Let me just cast this precision dash 14 times until it actually goes off. Thank you. At least on the plus side, they're going to have a hard time taking me down. I'm having a hard time taking them down, but it's going to go both ways. Their healer is really the only one who's going to be able to burst me with his staff. Yeah, I can't land anything. What a potato match, dude. Holy. Okay, we get a couple more points and we'll get the pity win. Then we won't have to go into overtime. The score here is close enough that we could still throw this in overtime. And Vulnerable, thanks to the raids. Did you guys get loot from Tevin today? Were you one of the chosen ones? Did you have the piece? I wonder, I bet you they're going to give everyone an extra Tevin, right? Not just the servers that got scammed. I feel like we might get the double dip. Okay, we just need to not do anything stupid for the next 40 seconds or so. Well, we need to secure one more kill. Maybe two more. Man, this is like the lowest kill on both sides match that I've had in a long time. Oh, okay. Okay. Almost. We lost a guy. It's over. He's going to completely heal the full. Dude, I'm going to run out of mana. Oh! Okay, I landed a 10k hit. All we got to do is just occasionally get lucky. There we go. There we go. 2 in a row. Yeah, you flip a coin enough times. Oh, we're cooking now. It's over. Just shred this guy's block. It doesn't matter. Let's go for the healer. Okay, okay. Landed 3 hits in a row. Oh, you're finished. Okay, maybe not. Buddy, here, hold still. I'm gonna smoke you. He's not gonna react to it. I shouldn't even have smoke on right now. I should have swapped to Willbreaker before the match started. Okay, nope. Nope, not killing me in the last 10 seconds. GG. What's my accuracy? 900. Not enough to deal with a team that has a melee evasion on every single player. Usually I just find the guy that doesn't have evasion and bully him the entire time. But nowadays, a lot of people building melee evasion. A lot of teams where there's no good targets. It's only going to get worse with Spear too. Everyone's going to be building melee evasion for Spear. Okay, let's let's ditch smoke screen. At least with Wheel Breaker, I can shred evasion. So, nope, not that one. So it's a little bit better. Let's hop back in there. Doesn't look like 50. Well, so if they have what, like 1700 evasion, I think I would have a 50% rate. I would need to go check. If they have like 2k evasion, I think I'm at only like a 40% hit rate. So that healer probably had 2k. How do people make that build work though? I want to see some evasion staff healer builds, because these guys, like, I tried to put one together on Questlog that was like 1900 melee evasion, but the hit and the crit were kind of low. That staff was still dealing some damage though. That build is just nuts. Can't tell, we only have one weapon. Oh, okay, so he did drop loot. That's good. Have a great stream. Gonna go relax and lurk. All right, dude. Thanks for the raid. Trying action mode. How do you get double charge or charge stun not to fuck up? I use the option. I'm trying to remember what it's called. I use the toggle for charge. I don't hold the charge. Is that worse in action mode somehow? I'm trying to understand how action mode is messing up your charge. All right, I'm gonna. Okay, I think I can bully this guy. He's getting a lot of heals, but they're gonna run out of cooldowns. My team seems to want to hit the tank. What are we doing here, boys? There we go. Kaboom. Is he just getting bullied? He might be getting bullied back there. Sorry, buddy. Can't help you. Alright, now we can kill the tank. At least test him out a little bit. Tank does not seem to have melee evasion. Unless I just got very lucky. So we can mess with him a little bit. That was not supposed to go off early. That was a bugged skill queue. Okay, tank's dead. Did my part being annoying over here, scaring these two off. Damn, even with Will Breaker, that got kind of hard to kill. Just waiting cooldowns. Yeah, I'm just whiffing. This guy I can just one-shot if I get a heavy. So he's probably the one I should pick on. I'm gonna keep ignoring the tank. Unless he gets low for some reason. I don't know what this Bow Dagger's build is. He feels like he's endurance. That's... I guess some Bow Daggers are going endurance. I don't know. His health pool is super low, though. I just need to get... Okay, nice stun, nice stun. Ooh, ooh. Why would you freeze him there? I don't know if he's still worth finishing off. 8k health. Alright, I'm going for it. Oh, yes, pull him out of my... Brother! Brother! Why would you do that? Okay, tank is down. I need some mana. This is the problem of living too long. Okay, we got a solid lead now. We can still throw it though. Especially with me being useless at the end. I'm gonna have to choose my abilities wisely here. Let me see if I can just annoy this guy a little bit. Make him freak out. Okay, that's a win. Just mess up his combo just in case. You never know. That guillotine heavy can always take someone from full. I'm just bullying this tank now, preventing him from doing anything at the last second. And we're good. What's the mathematical formula to find the percent of melee attack skills that'll actually connect based on your hit chance in the opponent's melee evade? Is there one? There is one, yeah. It's in my Discords. It's like all of the formulas in this game are basically x over x plus 1,000. So in the case of enemy, or in the case of evasion, that x is the difference between your enemy's hit chance and your evasion chance. So if you have 500 more evasion than they have hit, that's a 33% chance of evading. I think it's like 66% chance if it's 1,000, 50% chance if the difference is 750. I think that's right. I'd have to double check, but I think that's right. They have 2k evasion and your hit is 900. They dodge 51% of your attacks. Okay, so 1,000 difference is 50%. I thought it was higher, but I'd have to double check. Oh, that got squishy. Okay. The staff dagger. That's our target. I'm gonna ignore this guy who's low on health. Yeah, this dude's totally free. Every time he steps out, he's dead. You see what I mean? Like, if you don't have melee evasion in arena, and I mean, it's only gonna get worse once everyone's playing spear. And we're waiting for cooldowns, and you're dead. You can get some heals, just delaying the inevitable. Oh, he resisted the bind. That's crazy. Homie's playing the coveted bind resist build. That was probably just like 5% chance. He probably doesn't actually have a lot of bind resist. Just completely bullied. I mean, you start to feel bad for him, honestly. But then you remember how much fun they get to have in large scale and you don't feel bad anymore. gonna get you. There's a stealth. I was hoping he would panic roll. Do I trinket this? I don't think it's necessary. I'm about to murder both these dudes. He actually avoids bind quite a bit. I unironically think this guy might have stacked bind resist. They're gonna get me. They're gonna get me. Maybe not. I took 2 of them down. That was kind of insane. All right, team, I'll be over here if you need me. Look, what was this match? I have so much Solent. I'm trying to save mine, but I accidentally leveled a piece of gear. 2 things. The first, about half of this is from winning Siege. But the other half is from always running Solent food when I'm in Abyssal Dungeons. Every time I go to an Abyssal Dungeon, I have Solent food on. It makes a huge difference. Depending on angle, where I land after the first charge, it won't instantly allow me to double charge or stun without moving cursor closer to enemy. You talking about with like precision dash? Yeah, I have to spin my screen sometimes after I precision dash. Same with Will Breaker. Like sometimes when I shadow strike someone, I have to spin my cursor to Will Breaker them. It's kind of annoying. It's evasion minus hit over evasion minus hit plus 1,000. Yeah, there you go. How's it going? I have a question. How do you get the precious rune leather for lithographs? You can get it from Amatoy Expeditions. You can get it from contracts. You can get it from the guild merchants. Those are probably the 3 best ways. It's not something I would normally prioritize from contracts, but if you really need it, then it's worth doing like a couple contract missions here and there to make sure you have enough to make your lithographs. How does damage reduction on endurance work? It's the same as evasion, except instead of evading attacks, you're reducing your enemy's critical chance. But it's the same formula mathematically. Greatsword is king in arena right now. His fault for not building for it. It's not king if you have a competent tank. Like, if there's a good SNS player in arena, then they can just shove me off every time I catch someone. They can just shield charge me. It's a low cooldown. There's nothing I can do to counter it. So, a really good SNS player can actually, like, counter Greatsword pretty much entirely. Especially if that SNS player also has a Greatsword, which is probably the best arena builds that you can have right now. After watching the Blessing Strategy video, now I regret all the wasted Lucents. Yeah. Well, hopefully you've still got some pieces to save money on. I mean, what's really going to matter for Tier 2. Like, all this upgrading is really going to matter for Tier 2. Tier 2 is going to be a lot more expensive than Tier 1. So, it's good to get the practice now. Learn everything now. It'll pay off the longer that the game is out. Thank you for the videos. No problem. I have 8,100 blessing on both my weapons. Ready to go? Ready for Tier 2? Okay. They have no healer. But they have 2 bows, so that's kind of like having a healer. They'll have some healing. We'll see how this goes. We'll probably go after the staff bow and hope that he doesn't have evasion. Although I have a feeling that both of their, yeah, this This bow dagger might not have melee evasion either. He might be ranged and magic evasion. Let's go find out. Feels pretty squishy so far. Yeah, he's gonna be food. I didn't need to stealth there. I got the perfect dodge. Okay, as I suspected, they're both food. We'll probably prile the staff because he's more of a threat. Yeah, if nobody peels me, that's a free kill every time. We'll see how well this SNS plays it. My team could definitely play this a little less aggressively and let me do my thing. I'm in danger here. Yeah, so there we go. He's doing his job. He's doing his job. He's lucky that devastating smash didn't get dodged, but he's doing his job. He really should be saving his shove though. I'm about to kill this whole team. I don't even think the tank has melee evasion. I don't think any of them do. We can keep them staggered here. I just have no cooldowns. This team's kind of heavy, boys. I don't know. This team is a little heavy. Nice shove. Nice shove. That's what's going to make the difference. He could do a better job of bullying us off the platform, though. I'm probably going down here. Try to get some points before I do. I'm surprised nobody's orking. In these zero healer matches, I'm always expecting someone to start orking. Okay, a little bit of desync. That's fine. Now we've got a good lead. They keep coming out kind of staggered. I'm gonna get a little greedy here. All right, I'm out. I'm out. Someone else finish that. Damn. That was a long-ass Judgment Lightning. I thought I was in the clear. This is way too close, dude. My teammates gotta stop dying. Like, just don't die, Forehead. I think I can kill a tank here. Oh! What a gamer move. Okay, I got the perfect block, but I didn't invis. A little bit of desync there. This is gonna be down to the end. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I should have gone for the staff. We got 30 seconds. Let me get this shield. We can make something happen. Team, just do something. Just get somebody low. We can't finish anyone off. That's crazy. GG. We kind of deserved to lose that, to be honest. We had way too many deaths. It's orkin time. Camos, thanks for the crime. Camosobi, appreciate you. Welcome to the Tinfoil Brigade. Thank you for the support. How's the game? I'm a big fan. I've been playing it for a couple months now. I got the Tevin fishing rod. Is it worth fishing? It can be, yeah. Some of the cooking recipes are still worth a lot of money. You can get lucky and fish up Arc Boss fragments, although it doesn't seem to be as common as people claim that it is. I think 7k Lucent is enough to max trait 6 purple equipment armor the correct way. Enough to max trait 6 purple equipment armor the correct way. If one of those is cape, that's going to be the hardest one. The rest of the armor pieces you could definitely max with 7k. Cape is a little different because it uses accessory traits, basically. So they're a lot more expensive. But your other 5 armor pieces, yeah, you should be able to max those out for like less than 1k each. Probably even less than 500 each. It depends on your server. What do you think was the reason for the devs adding healing to Orc Morph? It always had healing. The change is that it no longer has a cooldown. You couldn't spam it super hard like you can, but I think it always had the heal. We don't know that they changed it on purpose. It seems like a bug. Like, surely they don't want people mashing the Orc button. It's very, very stupid. Okay. I think we've got the advantage here. We're going to definitely just camp this staff player the whole time. As long as our staff has melee evasion, then I think we've got the advantage here. But pretty similar comp. We'll see what happens. Okay, he's got the Talus. That was really weird. I don't know what happened to my Ascending Slash there. It like casted before. Playing Bow Dagger right now, but I want to switch to Staff Dagger. Only issue is Mastery. Do you think I should max out Bow Mastery first, then swap, or leave it at level 13? No, just leave it at level 13. If you're going to swap, who cares? There's not a huge difference between... I'll save you! There's not a huge difference between level 13 Mastery and level 16 Mastery anyways. It's pretty marginal. Skill Mastery is going to get a rework next year, and at that point, it'll probably be a lot more important. I don't think it's that important right now. If you can get to level 10, which you can do very fast, even after a reroll, you can get to level 10 very fast. That's the biggest... that's the most important thing. I gotta do something here, even though I have no health. Oh, that was insane. Yes, yes! These heals, let's go! I'm gonna get staffed right now, though. That's fine. I bought us some time. Man, both these melee are just on me, and I am not dodging anything. Come on, boys. Where's that damage? There we go, there we go. Okay, my evasion decided to work. I think I just Woke him up on accident. Okay. Time to check this guy's stats. Do we help him finish this tank? I might be getting baited here. He's so low, though. I mean, how can I not? Oh, okay. Or I'll just get hit for 10k damage for the staff. I just need any follow-up here, like on any of these combos from anyone. Come on, dude. Missed the bind. Currently Wand and SNS, do you think it'd be worth to switch SNS and Spear? Well, it'll be a completely different playstyle. I mean, you're talking about swapping from a healing spec to a non-healing spec. So it'll be completely and utterly different. So it's kind of up to you. But I do think SNS Spear is going to be a really strong build. There we go. I'm coming! Okay, got some good dodges there. If I can kill the staff, we might be able to get some momentum. If I can get out of the water. Yes, yes. Oh, I threw. I should have just stealthed. Could have had it. Man, no damage from the teammates on that one. The scores at the end were crazy. SNS Greatsword 3800 CP, Mastery 16. Should I go Greatsword Dagger? No. No. You're not enjoying SNS Greatsword at 3800? Brother, it's like such a good build. No, don't put a stupid dagger on. It's always had the 4% increase to max health, which makes it let you heal when you go in and out of it, if I understood correctly. Yeah. Yeah, the difference is that the cooldown got removed, probably by accident. I have a penalty? I guess I didn't click the button. I'm enjoying, just want to try a different playstyle. Well, it's not going to be that different. I mean, you're going to have like 9 or 10 greatsword skills in your bar and like 2 or 3 dagger skills. It's not going to be that different. You're going to have stealth and shadow strike and then all the same skills that you're already using on your SNS greatsword builds. So, it's up to you. I would just wait for spear, bro. Just reroll spear. Don't reroll dagger. Is this nest dagger any goods? It can be. It's not a very common build, so it's hard for me to say much about it. I've fought like 2 SNS daggers in the whole history of the game. Yeah, it can be very tanky, but it can do decent damage as well. Are you rerolling spear? Yeah, everybody's rerolling spear. It's spear and liberty, bro. Imagine not using spear. So many junk events. Okay, I need to pump out some more contracts while we wait for these matches to pop. Weapon traits going to fly up. Yeah, weapon traits going to fly up. Bell fragments are going to fly up. That's the crazy one. I'm so tempted to just net worth myself on bell fragments. I'm not rerolling to spear. I was always a spear main. That's right. Greatsword spear or dagger spear? Dagger spear. Nobody gonna be playing slow, clunky greatsword after spear comes out. Okay, we've got the greatsword staff, the dagger staff, and the greatsword dagger. Interesting. This will be interesting. This is going to be a very violent match. There's going to be a lot of deaths on both teams. This guy's going to be the food. He is a melee evasion greatsword staff. Oh no, this might be it. Also, I have the wrong build on. I actually came in with the wrong build. That's very sad. I should have swapped. Let me wait 20 seconds. Someone getting tased in the background? Yes. Is there ever not someone getting tased? That'd be more concerning if they weren't, wouldn't it? How else would we maintain order? Okay, well, luckily my team is just winning without me while I wait for my build to change, so good job, team. There's too many staffs. I don't know what to do. Okay. One of them's dead. Look at his little smoke screen. What? We're having such a legendary match right now. Miss. How do you miss someone who's laying down? Dude, is greatsword staff melee evasion? Is that the builds? What am I to do? We're winning, but it doesn't feel like it. I feel like no one's winning this match. My teammate is so deep. Do we have to go that deep? That's crazy that my stealth didn't go off there. I'm upset. West Coast ping strikes again. There we go. We just got to pick on the staff dagger. I got nothing for you here, buddy. Good luck. I'm about to get fireballed. Oh, man, really? It gets to hit me even when I'm stealthed? I thought I was being all clever. Alright, this is very close and very losable. Come on! Okay. Good dice rolls. Nope, nope. Waiting for team. Waiting for team. Come on, fellas. Just go. Okay, yep. Good call. Good call. He's just gonna stall, though. Wow, what? That's crazy, bro. Alright, we lose. That devastating smash stunned me from 700 feet away. That's what Shroud was rocking on Greatsword Staff, melee evasion. What were you saying about investing in Queen Bell fragments? I just think they're going to go up. It's impossible to tell by how much, though. I believe you can Q-block cancel Devastating to make it a range CC. I mean, yeah, kinda. It's pretty clunky, though. Also, usually if I'm devastating someone, I don't want to be at range. I want to be in arena. I want to be on top of them. I don't want to just like stun and not follow up. Devastating Smash is very desynced sometimes. It's very desynced all the time. It's like the buggiest skill in the game. Just get any loots? We got 2 Shock Commander Greaves. It's very exciting. What's going on with these queues? Look at all these people not accepting. No weapons? No, 2 weapons dropped. We just didn't get them. We did enough damage to get 2 epics. They just weren't the ones that we wanted. That happens to us at every Tevent. We get 2 Greaves at like every single Tevent. It's actually crazy how unlucky we've been. Two crossbow daggers. Okay, so I should feel pretty tanky here. We're gonna want to protect this guy a little bit, but hopefully the tank can do that for me, so I can just frag out. This guy's got 10k health. All right, you ready? Go, go. You're the SNS. Go. All right, he's not going. I'm going. Yeah, they're just obviously going to dive this guy. I don't know what our SNS is doing at all. He's just like diving their tank for no reason. I mean, we should win this, like, on comp alone, but very losable if we are going to play like this. Got a platinum fishing rod from a portal. Yeah, I've been collecting those. I think I've got 4 of them in the bank now. I'm hoping they let us do something with them in the future. That is not what I had targeted at all, dude. I hate it. Devastating Smash, like, forgets who you have targeted. Yeah, jumping in was a big mistake there. I don't know why he decided to do that. Shadow striking a greatsword user who's already rooted, like, almost never a good idea. This tank is so bad. Like, dude, which team are you on? In what universe do you shield charge the enemy as the greatsword player is attacking them? Like, what possible scenario would that be a good thing? He's like peeling me. My own teammate is.
Many thanks. Also, I'm tired of ads. Haha.
Al, thanks for the sub. Welcome back for 1 year. You can always watch on YouTube if you don't want ads, but I appreciate the sub. I could definitely use some more subs. Why do I feel like we're going to throw this at the last second? I think I have to kill the tank here. He's got all their coins. Okay. Live, buddy. Just live. Just live for 10 seconds, please. GG. Twitch is easier to comments. I'd have to make another email so I don't dox myself in YouTube chat. Oh, gotcha. What's the best weapon combo if I'm new and playing on PS5 and also mainly want a PvP in Arena? The best Arena builds right now are probably SNS Greatsword, Staff Wand, maybe Bow Wands. I think those are the builds that make it easier to carry, easiest to carry in solo queue. There's a lot of builds that'll work though. Dropping dagger for spear? No, we're dropping greatsword for spear. Greatsword's not looking too hot when spear gets here. Is it worth to get 900 range evasion as part of the melee evasion? No, 900 range evasion won't do anything. Unless you're buffing it on top of that. Not mentioning Greatsword Dagger. You think Greatsword Dagger is one of the best arena builds right now, Thompson? Like, where would you rank it? I don't think it's even top 10. Okay, maybe it's top 10. It's not top 5, though. It's probably like number 6 build. The number 2 guy and 3 guy. Okay, well, I'm not looking very good right now. Yeah, see, they're outliers. Only 2 of the top 20. They just happen to be way high up there. Okay, there's Arrow. 900 plus dagger passive? Yeah, 900 plus dagger passive is solid. You could also just go endurance though. Just go 760 range endurance. Yeah, you could, and then you wouldn't have to worry about running Shadow Walker. I'd probably say top 5 easy. Well, number 1 is SNS Greatsword. Or Wand Staff. It's definitely one of those two. And then number 3 is probably Wand Bow. After that, I would probably say Staff Dagger. Could you put Greatsword Dagger at number 5? Maybe. I think it's probably like somewhere around like number 5, number 6. Maybe number 7. Staff Dagger's really good? Yeah, I think Staff Dagger's top 5. I would definitely put Staff Dagger above Greatsword Dagger. You really think that Greatsword Dagger is doing more work in Arena than Staff Dagger? Like, maybe at really low elo? Everybody's got melee evasion once you get to the higher ranks. Everybody's got melee evasion. Greatsword is so oppressive in small scale. Yeah, but you build melee evasion and it's not a problem anymore. Magic evasion is way, way less common. Like, Staff is gonna eat in every single round. As Greatsword Dagger, there's a lot of rounds where I can eat, but there's also rounds where I'm useless. I'm just like 50% missing everyone on the team. You're never gonna have a team where all 3 people have 2k magic evasion. Like, that's not a thing. You also just have a lot more sustained DPS on the staff. Like you can't necessarily burst as hard, but Fireball plus Judgment Lightning is still pretty devastating, and it's AoE. Is melee evasion the best stat? Right now, with how melee dominant the arenas are, melee evasion is very, very common. But it just depends. For large-scale fights, magic evasion is going to keep you alive a lot more often than melee evasion will. But for arena, yeah, everybody's building melee evasion. I think if you build the perfect arena team, it's SNS Greatsword, for sure, is one of them, no matter what. And then either a Staff Dagger or a Staff Wand. I should say either a Staff Wand or a Bow Wand. I think both of those work really well. And then probably a Staff Dagger for your third. I wouldn't put a Greatsword Dagger in over Staff Dagger for the third. I think you're going to be way more consistent with the Staff Dagger. Best weapon to pair with Spear for PvP? It's probably going to be SNS. What about wand daggers? Wand dagger can work. I don't see people using it in arena a lot, so I don't have a lot of feedback for it. It works really well in large scale. It's a crazy large scale build. I don't see why it wouldn't work in small scale. I think I'd rather have a wand staff or a wand bow, though. Is dissolving the best thing to do to an accidentally leveled up gear piece? You could transfer it into a piece that you actually want. Kind of depends on the situation. How much hit are you running? I have like 916 hit. Maybe it's an EU meta thing. It feels like every arena there's 2 DS abusers. Is it supposed to be GS? No, it's very popular, which is why everyone's countering it, which is why it doesn't end up having as good of an outcome as Staff does. Very unlucky. Guillotine bugged out. I can't do anything to that guy. All right, this is going to be our target. Wow, that was total luck. He did not mean to do that. He was blocking something else. Just somebody hit him. Anybody else hit him? difficult. Dude, healing in this game is... Okay. I might be able to do something to this guy. Like, even one bow building evasion now, or... Okay, no, I'm hitting him. He's just tanky. What a potato match. Okay. Who would we like to target, team? Is this the one? Just finish him off. What? Am I the only DPS? I don't know what to do here. I almost want to go for attack power. You know what? Let's do it. I'm not even going to do the shield. I think it's over right now if I don't... Brother, just do anything. Just do anything. Okay, there we go. Come on, come on. Yes, please tornado him while I'm doing a guillotine. Thank you. That's a good strategy. What a match. Do you build weaken resistance for PvP? No. I would say melee evasion plus magic evasion plus some range endurance. That's really hard to build. Melee evasion plus magic evasion is very, very difficult to actually build. It sounds good in theory, but when you try to put together in quest log, it's like, what pieces are you going to use? You could just go SNS Greatsword, Staff Wand, Greatsword Dagger, and not struggle, really. Well, but then as soon as someone is melee evasion, what, your Staff Wand is now the only DPS that's reliable? And they're a hybrid. So I don't think so, dude. I think the Staff Dagger is going to do way better. The thing is, if you do the double staff builds, even if you do somehow come across a team that's stacked on magic evasion, then your tank will just eat. Like the SNS Greatsword will just eat. So yeah, I don't think you can... Oh, it's the same guy from last time. Okay, I think we can get this guy. I think he's weak enough. Like, the fact that the SNS user can abuse the Greatsword is good enough. You don't need a second Greatsword user. I think as soon as you have two Greatsword users, you're at huge risk of not being able to do anything against a stacked melee evasion team. Thank you, Devastating Smash. Also, does this guy not have his SNS out? Because that's kind of crazy. Shadow Harvester set is too good and too much hit to get as well. I mean, I think it's kind of overrated. You see a lot of people running Shadow Harvester in Arena? I see way more people running melee evasion. This is going to be bad for them. We're about to stagger their whole team. This guy not having his shield out is wild. Do you think he knows? That might have been too far. I don't actually think that connected. Okay, doesn't matter. Wow, he still got that. It's crazy, dude. That's crazy. Was he just mashing it while slept? Ooh, okay. Was that a resist? We should be good. I don't know. This is still very close. Got any more of them heals? All of a sudden I can't hit this guy. I think we lose. I can't get back out there in time. Yeah, I probably should have just fled. Probably should have just fled at the end. 7k damage. Is this the same player from last time? Come on, dude. Like, you gotta do more than 7k damage, even if you're a healer. After watching your last stream, I thought of diving into tank myself. Can I link you my idea? What do you mean, like your builds? We don't typically want to do build reviews on stream because then like 100 people will start linking me builds. Bob, thanks for the 12 months. Welcome back. How you doing? Would be a better combo SNS Spear or Greatsword Spear? Almost certainly it's going to be SNS Spear. But we won't know more until we actually see the Spear skills. Why Valiant Brawl over Brutal Incision? Brutal Incision doesn't do that much damage. I think Valiant Brawl is more reliable. It's got more uptime. SNS Wand PvP build with melee evasion, range, and magic endurance seems viable. Yeah, I mean, SNS Wand, you can kind of build whatever you want. That's the crazy Live Lord build. The legendary SNS Dagger. Okay, let's see how they do. They have a bow wand, so that's scary. They don't have a lot of magic damage, so I should have some good survivability here. We want to try to bully whichever bow user has less melee evasion. The bow dagger is probably in a leather set. I'm gonna stat check this healer first, though. Oh yeah, never mind. We go for the healer. He's gonna be tankier, but I want him dead. Yeah, now the others are gonna be free. Okay, a little bit of weird desync. Yeah, that's kind of why I want the healer to die first. He just saved that guy from 1 HP. I'm going to keep some pressure on him. Just finish the guy you're fighting. Just finish him. I will take care of the healer. You can't heal 2 people at once, bro. Oh yeah, we're eating now. Good hook, good hook. Will it be enough? Nope. Man, I kind of need to die just so I can get some mana. Is one of these guys mana burning me? This always happens against these teams with no magic damage. I always live too long and run out of mana. Alright, that's fine. As long as we die before looting mode. Let's go get those tokens back. I'm gonna go for attack here. I don't actually think I need the shield. Moreland like Moreland TV. Not now, Oda. Focus on the match. Quit chit-chatting. I don't know why I would ever target the shield dagger. Like, we just gotta completely ignore him. I am curious to see his numbers at the end, though. Okay, we get him. We get him once. He was low. That was worth. Never heard of him. Not sure why we're suiciding on the enemy's spawn point right now. guess I'll join in. Why did y'all lose to Jade? You know why. We don't have to say it out loud. Everyone knows why. Okay, this is the part where we back off and live. Whoa. Yo. How's this guy bursting so hard? I might die at the last second. Or I might kill! Okay, we're fine. That was a huge lead. Currently unable to use. So let's see. The dagger was this guy. He did 61k. Alright. Alright. I was chomping that round, dude. Love your videos if it's UGG. Oh, that's nice of him. Other team has SNS daggers? Yeah, they had an SNS dagger. He did 60k damage. I don't know. What do you recommend spending ornate coins on? Get the pouches first. The pouches are really good. And then get the purple skill books. And then after that, probably enchanted ink. Trade extraction stones, whichever one you need the most. The ink's harder to get though. 70 strength with 1k melee hit chance, 1.5k melee evasion, a bit of endurance. 1.5k melee evasion's pretty low. You'll see some benefit from that, but against a lot of players who are closer to like 1.1, 1.2k hit, you're not going to be dodging them very consistently. They're going to be able to get their full combo off on you like a third of the time, maybe even half the time. How come you never use a purification stone on your Archie? I just didn't need to in that scenario. Usually I'm only going to use the purification stone if I have a staff user who's bursting me and I'm CC'd and I need to get out of it, or I need to pop stealth. Does it not work in Arena? No, it works really well in Arena. I just don't need to use it against a team that has no staffs. I might have used it at the end there if I was like about to die in looting mode, but it's a 2-minute cooldown, so you know you only get a couple uses of it for the whole match. So I'm not gonna just like instantly pop it the second I get CC'd. I have to have like a pretty reasonable fear of dying, and even if I don't use it and I die early on, it's not necessarily that big of a deal. Like it depends on the whole, like the status of the whole fight and how big of a death that's going to be, you know? Like if me dying means that both my teammates are also going to die, then that's really important and I want to live. But if me dying means like we're still ahead in points and I can get some mana back, then it's not as big of a deal. So it's kind of situational in that sense. Are they missing a player? Oh, there he is. Yeah, see, like right there, instead of trinketing, I just do a perfect roll and I go invis and I reset. I didn't need to break out of that. I could have. I was kind of in danger there. If I had been CC'd right there, I probably would have trinketed, because I don't want to die right now. I want to wait for a teammate to get back. I don't want to feed one by one. Probably could have trinketed there too. Just didn't feel super urgent. Okay, this guy does have some evasion. Yeah, see there, I did trinket and it was wasted because I didn't have stealth, so that was kind of pointless. $12-1 is Sunday. The Ornate Coin Shop resets for the month. Yeah, the Ornate Coin reset is pretty soon. So I would, at the bare minimum, I would clear out all of the precious pouches and the skill books. I don't know why my ascending didn't go off there. That's really annoying. See how all these guys have melee evasion? I mean, this is what I mean. Like, I don't know how you could argue that a staff wouldn't be better here in this scenario. Expected him to roll. No, he just dodges everything. Nothing I can do. Okay, that's, I guess we can do it like that. That was kind of confusing. I don't know why we would freeze the guy who's almost dead. Why don't we just freeze the tank? If I get lucky enough, I could still do something to this healer. I mean, we got him at the beginning. Staff wand just, I don't know, dude. Just destroys me every time. I got no plan here. We would have to kill their whole team. It's not gonna happen. Unless I get a big AoE here. Oh! Oh! Team! Kill that guy! I'm sleeping! Damn! Oh, that was funny. Look how bad my damage was compared to the previous round, dude. What do you think Barraman for melee evasion in Arena GVG then? I wouldn't go under 1600. Even that feels kind of bad. I'm at like 1730 right now, and honestly, I feel like I'd be better off putting my evasion belt back on in most cases to be closer to 1900. I'm working on an arena-specific builds with Mordecai, and that one will probably have 1900 evasion. It'll have the belt. Currently, I got the Bloodlust belt on, so I'm inting some of my evasion. Is 673 enough collision resist to matter? Yeah, it'll matter. I don't know if it'll be enough for Tornado, but it'll help with other collisions. Have you not had anyone orc against you? No. No, I don't know if orking against a Greatsword Dagger is really going to help you that much. Because if I'm going to kill you, I'm probably going to kill you in one continuous combo. Boys, I've had the wrong Stellarite on for all these matches. So, yeah, orking, I'm probably like the last build that you want to orc against, honestly. Because then I'm just going to use it against you. And it's going to help me a lot more than it helps you. So, I'm sure people are still going to do it, though. I do agree on extraction stones. I don't recommend spending them on your innate coin shop unless you are getting some great return on stones from Lucent. You should always be getting a decent return on your stones from Lucent. There's never a scenario where you can't do that. You only get 1 enchanted ink or 5 extraction stone per 5 ornate coins, so it's not a great deal. Well, what else would you buy? I mean, you have more than enough coins to get the pouches and the books every month pretty easily, so you need to buy something else. I think the ink and the stones has the best... I mean, it's either that or I guess you could buy blue books. They're 2.5 times less efficient. Can I help you win Arena? Possibly? What do you need help with? People are stacking melee evasion because Greatsword is too strong. They're stacking melee evasion because it's the easiest evasion to stack. And because they don't like getting stunned. I've kind of an advanced question. If your Abyssal contract tokens are at 0 and you queue up 10 minutes before resets, can you use the tokens you generated via daily reset to open said dungeon chest? Yeah, you just spend the tokens at the time the chest is opened. There's no... The game's not tracking what time you started the dungeon. Also, you can spend your tokens at 0. You can go negative. You just can't keep opening it once you're negative. Someone used it against you, you would use it back? Yeah, for sure. Why not? You wouldn't? Is this crossbow player melee evasion? How did he not die there? Or is that just a clutch heal? I'm gonna die here, but I gotta go for it. Yep, there we go. Took him with me. I love how I got the perfect block and went stealth and still caught a Judgment Lightning. Bro, 60 ping in this game feels like 600 ping. I swear. Okay, can't target the staff. Might be able to get the healer. But you see how pretty much every one of my losses is when I'm paired with another melee player and the enemy team is stacked on melee evasion? Like that is why I don't think Greatsword Dagger will ever be as good as Staff Dagger in Arena. It's too consistent of a lose condition. We might still be able to win this one, though. This guy doesn't have an overwhelming amount of evasion. I can hit him sometimes, but I probably should focus on this dude instead. You morph into orc to heal? Yeah, you do it over and over again and it heals you. Very cheesy tactic to use in arena right now, but if the other team starts doing it, you might as well. I mean, they're not enforcing it, so it is what it is. Part of the game until they fix it. That was a mistake. I should have stunned him faster. Okay, if we full wipe them in looting mode, maybe? I just whiffed the kill shot, so it's not looking good. Also, it doesn't help that my teammates are like constantly running away from me. Really want that kill, but I can't get it. Alright, yeah, this was a bad one. Loss deserved. Oh, dude, like, these numbers are crazy. 213k. Record and reports. You really think they're going to do something about it? Is combat prowess out of the picture now because of the dungeon belts? It's only selling for 200 on my server. The traits are still decent. If you get skill damage or max health as a trait, it's still good money. The debuff is okay. The litho is probably not going to be viable for much longer, but we've been saying that for a while, so who knows. Stop the expo hate, all the greatsword daggers focusing us. It's because we know you guys all build Shadow Harvester or Phantom Wolf or both. Would you really rather have a staff dagger over a bow staff in a coordinated 3v3? In a coordinated group, probably not. But for solo queue, I mean, I feel like we keep changing the subject. My original argument is that there's no team on which a greatsword dagger is better than a staff dagger, and I think that's still true. If we're talking about staff dagger versus bow staff in pre-made 3s, no, I could see why bow staff could be better. I think I even said that if you're in a pre-made and you have a tank that you know is going to peel for you, then bow staff is better. When should a player start doing arena? You could do non-ranked arena right away. There's plenty of gearlets in non-ranked arena. If I was doing non-ranked right now, it would be bullying. It would be inappropriate. I have 900 hit on this build. What about damage reduction, collision, or stun resistance as minimum for tanks? Damage reduction, collision, or stun resistance as minimum for tanks. I mean, damage reduction is always good on tanks. The other two are very optional. I would never recommend that someone build collision or stun resistance, especially not stun resistance. You certainly can build collision resistance, but that's highly optional. I wouldn't like tell someone that they need to do that. You have to go very deep into it to make it worthwhile. Do you need to get... I guess, yeah, because there wouldn't be Bortles because it's not conflict. I was like, did we need a summon here? Damage reduction is very good against crossbows, yeah. They did add a line to the patch notes. Oh, they're fixing it tonight? Staff Dagger is so good in 3v3. Can get evasion to insane levels. Yeah, stuff does everything now. It lives forever. It shreds defenses. It shreds healing. Like, nobody's got evasion for it. It's so good. I'm halfway in my melee evade build and doing normal arena, just smashing my 1100 melee evasion. Well, 1100 melee evasion is basically 0 melee evasion. That's what you got to remember. Your evasion doesn't kick in at all until it's higher than your opponent's hit. So 1100 is not that different from 0. Like, you effectively have between 0 and 200 evasion against most people if your evasion is only 1100. Don't go to Juno anymore. The pants are worthless now. Everything's worthless now. I mean, where else would you go? Not interested in fresh WoW servers or hardcore? Nah. I'm all good on WoW for quite a while. Is 1200 range evasion worth anything? If that's your base and then you're buffing that can be very good. But if 1200 is your total, including your buffs, that's worthless. Doing mixed damage in a game like this is really good for random arenas. Yeah, it is. Bow staff, though, in solo queue, you're always going to be the main target. And so if you queue up and you don't have a tank, or if your tank is kind of a goofy goober, then you're going to have a very hard time. Whereas at least with the staff dagger, you can take care of yourself. You don't have to rely on a tank rescuing you over and over again. What do you recommend spending the star points on from the battle pass? I feel like I've got enough to do just about all of it. So I'm getting these 3 for sure. The contracts, the abyssal, and the dimensional tokens. But I bought trade stones because I was low on them. I bought conversion stones because it's just always good to have more. So all 5 of these. I'm going to try to clean out. I feel like I'm going to end up having enough. We still have a week. I'll definitely be able to clean out the contracts and the dimensionals. I might not finish the abyssals, but I feel like I always have a lot of abyssals too. Anyways, the parchments, I could also see an argument for this. It's 100 points for 15 parchment, which is basically like 3 books, right? So if you bought all of these, it's like 15 books. It's not nothing. It's not amazing, but it's not nothing. So those are the ones I would look at. Don't spend that on salt or routine. I'm 850 collision. When I spin, I'm still part of the space program. I wish they would fully send the Classic plus Dream. Yeah, they could definitely make WoW Classic into something that we could play for a long time. I really enjoyed level 60 PvP in that game. Like in the original relaunch of Classic, doing like a Wrathy Basin and Nax gear was super fun. But it's just so old. And it's always on like such a time limit, you know? Like playing Classic, it's you always know that you're it's not something that's going to be around, you know. There's always going to be some fresh start or some expansion or something that resets your gear. Like, I don't know. It never. Although I heard that some of the Classic era servers, like at level 60, were starting to make a comeback. But yeah, I played it a lot, and I'm very over the level 60 raids. Like, As much as I like the Battlegrounds, I'm very over the raids. I have no desire to do Molten Core ever again as long as I live. Which Greatsword Dagger am I running? I have a Dentist Greatsword and Darkslayer Daggers. Oh, oh! Did you see that hit, boys? 34k times 2. We always get these rubs. We get these rubs from every single genome kill. All right, let's go to the Dentist. The Abyssal times 7 is really nice. Yeah, it is really nice. I think the Dimensional is probably worth more on average, though. I mean, if you do one of those Dimensional runs, you're already getting 500 Abyssal from that. You know, plus the other loot you could potentially get. It depends on how you're using the Abyssals. If you're like try-hard, you know, tracker farming right now, then the Abyssal is probably worth more. But for your average player, I think the Dimensional is probably a better value. What's this game comparable to? I've seen a lot of BDO players jumping into this. I don't know what other game to compare this to. I actually find that question super hard to answer for some reason with this game. It's like... it's somehow kind of like every game and not like any game. There's nothing this game does that's really like new or revolutionary. But... for some reason, it feels fresher than everything else that's on the market right now. I guess it's kind of like Guild Wars 2, maybe? What do you guys think, chat? What game do you think this is most similar to? Don't sleep on Abundance Fruit and Mastery Tome? I would never spend it on the Mastery Tome, personally. I think people vastly overvalue skill mastery. Abyssal tokens are mastery. You know what I mean? The Abundance Fruit, if you were really hurting for Solent, but if you're farming correctly and you're using Solent food, you should have more than enough Solent than you'll ever need in Tier 1. Solent doesn't become an issue until Tier 2. If you're having Solent issues right now, something it has gone wrong. You're not using the right buffs when you're farming, or you are going from blue to purple too early in your progression, or both. I think for most people, both of those things are happening, and that's why they're having Solent issues. Fully traded my blue and transferred it into a trash purple. Fully traded that and transferred into the purple I wanted, but was still lacking in blessing. What did I miss? Well, you'll get 960 from the blue. You'll get 1320 from the purple. So that adds up to 2,000 something. Is that how much you got? If you were planning on getting 4,000, then... I mean, it tells you how much you're going to get when you transfer. So you can always check. If you feel like you don't have enough, you could add another junk purple in there. There's not that many items where you should need more than 2,700 blessing at this point, or even like, you know, 2,400. So what are the 3 traits that you're trying to spend them on? It's because you don't get the full amount of blessings for each trait. When converting, you lose efficiency. I think that answer might cause more confusion than clarity. I don't know if I would think about it that way. They're active area realms. They're flooded with GDKPs. For example, transferring a fully traded blue to a purple will only give you 1k blessings, which is worth about 2 guaranteed traits. Yeah, I mean, you definitely shouldn't expect to transfer an item and then be able to get all the traits in that item suddenly for free. You definitely shouldn't have that expectation. You'll get 120 blessing for each blue trait that gets converted when you go blue to purple. You get 120 blessing for each purple trait that gets converted when you go purple to purple. So if you just remember the number 120, you can just check though. Like, just look at the screen when you're doing the transfer. It'll tell you. If you're about to transfer to your final item and you don't have enough blessing, then, you know, don't do it. Do another junk item first. You really shouldn't need 4k blessing for anything in the current economy, though. Like, I'm trying to think of an item where that would still be the case. Maybe belts? How should I go from stage to stage next time to guarantee fully trading the item I want? Well, so you're working right now from the assumption that you need blessing to cover every single trade upgrade, and I think that's a not a good assumption. You're going to end up wasting money if you assume that that's always the case. That's not always going to be the case, and as the market continues to get cheaper and cheaper, that's going to be the case less and less often. So you want to actually decide ahead of time how many traits need to be covered with blessing. You don't need to cover the whole item. You're almost never going to need to cover the whole item. Thought the point of the trick was to guarantee the trade just a little cheaper. You have to actually check if it's cheaper, though. It's not guaranteed that it's cheaper. You have to actually check. You see what I'm saying? There's definitely no guarantee. The market is going to have way different outcomes for every single slot. The outcome this week is going to be different from the outcome next week. It's not guaranteed at all. You have to actually check the prices every time you do it. That's why you got the spreadsheet. What's the best approach to trading purple weapons you can craft with Salvation Essence? Should I craft more or just buy extracts? Definitely just buy the extracts. All those extracts should be pretty cheap right now. They should be like sub 200. Moro, Nuja, Kawa now? Oh, okay. Why do they care which boss I'm on? Let me help in Discord. I'm getting yelled at. They must be getting actually pushed on Kawa.
Fire helmet, someone run through it, please. Yeah,
Okay, Kawa's completely full. Oh, do they just want us one group defending this?
Hold it for like 10 seconds. Go ahead.
Alright, I'm here for it.
Up the grapple. So our reinforcements will be there.
Usually they would send a bomber group to do this. Hello, team.
Take north.
Don't worry, walk. I'll save you. Fun with how it turned out. Was still cheaper. Just thought maybe I missed a step. No, if you want to fully get 4,000 blessing on an item, you're gonna have to do more than just 1 blue and 1 purple transfer. You would have to do the blue to purple and then like 2.5 purple to purple transfers. But it's like I said, it's almost never going to be worth doing that. Usually what you're going to end up doing is you're going to have 2,000 something blessing. And then you're going to be able to cover the first trait completely. You'll be able to cover the second trait mostly. And then you'll get the rest of the blessing you need by gambling blues on the third trait. Or you'll just buy the third trait outright as a purple. And then, you know, you just won't have blessing for the last upgrade, for the last 1 or 2 upgrades in the second trait.
Thank that's on sit on the boss. Please keep it in the middle of the arena. You do that. It'd be phenomenal.
Can transfer blue to blue until 4k blessing. You could. A full blue to blue is only 192 blessing though. So it's not going to be worth buying traits for that at 10 each. If you have a bunch of like blues piling up in your inventory from your abyssal grind and you just start smashing them together over time for free, then that can be worth it. But probably buying traits at 10 each to get 4k blessing is going to be a lot more expensive than doing a purple to purple transfer or just buying the traits outright. The only slot where I would say blue to blue is a really compelling option right now is Necklace, in terms of like actually buying the traits. There might be 1 or 2 other accessories now that are in a similar circumstance where there's like a really big gap between the good blue traits and the bad blue traits. But when I was doing mine, the only blue to blue that was really outstanding was Necklace. All the other blue to blue was pretty mid, unless I could get them for free. Like with helmet and gloves, like pieces that I was already looting a lot of. You know, you can use those for blue to blue as long as you're not buying them. As long as you're just using the ones that you loot, and you're not actually subtracting Lucent there. Because if those aren't going to sell anyways, then there's no opportunity cost. Your only opportunity cost is magic powder at that point instead of Lucent, and so.
Nice fucking break.
This isn't good. This isn't good. I am being fired upon. Oh, thank you. Thank you for saving me.
Pushing on 3. Hey, back taking the wolf.
Belt probably, cloaks maybe, but those will mostly come down. Yeah. Please hit the wolf. He's not even a wolf right now, Viz. It's not even nighttime. He's just a regular man. He's just your average Joe.
Okay, Alex out. Alex pushing in.
What is this guy doing? I thought he was, with how confident that guy just ran in, I thought that was a bomber for sure. That was a full healer. Wand bow. Diving the ball by himself.
Everyone DPS wolf, please everyone, every single player, please.
He doesn't mean me, he means everyone else. Just buying the traits on accessories is usually not the way to go. Purple accessories are way more expensive than the blue ones. So using blessing to some degree is almost always necessary for accessories. But not for every piece. There's some pieces where the purples are dirt cheap. Usually the armor pieces. Even weapons now are getting to a point where a lot of times you can just buy the purples directly and it's fine. But I would always check, dude. I mean, you never know. Like, sometimes there's an opportunity to save a lot of money.
Get attacking the boss.
Every time I see Walk in a stream or clip, he's just right in the middle, never dying. One of my favorite reasons to watch Ethereum. Yeah, there's a reason he's got the greatsword. He's in there, bro.
At least. We have to lose another castle payout. Might come in zone off max, get ready. What's up?
I did what you did on your field gloves and prep for T2. Just smashed all the blues into him. Yeah, I mean, it was so cheap. It's like, might as well. I don't know how important that's really going to be. I think even in T2, gloves are probably going to be one of the cheapest slots, but we might as well. It's not like it could get much cheaper. I want him, but I don't have my Shadow Strike. What are we doing over here? You okay? Okay, we have a SNS Dagger who's leading the charge. I was like, I feel like we're in bounds over here. Yeah. Yeah. Why would he do that? Did he mean to do that to the other guy? Oh. Dude, that stun locked me. He just helped me kill that guy. That's crazy. That's so BM. Spent like 900 Lucent and got 5,500 blessing. Yeah. That's exactly how it went with my gloves. Might as well, right? Might as well. Now T2 is going to be free someday. Oh, I wanted that kill. See how these staff users just steal my kills constantly? Alright, I gotta get my revenge on this guy. Yeah. Dude, I kind of want to... I might sling myself off the planet right now, but I have to do it. I have to try. I'll get the right angle. Yes, yes, yes. Oh. Nope, nope.
Everyone, please hit the monster. Stop farming free. There's no one there. You're fighting like 30v1 to try and get the one kill.
That's exactly what we're trying to do. He's right. How hard is it to swap weapons in game to get everything leveled up? It depends on what else is coming with the swap. You can swap the weapon over and your skills if you have skill conversion coupons. But if you're also trying to like swap out your armor and accessories, you're basically making a whole new character, right? That's going to be very difficult. It's very expensive. So if it's something really similar, like if you're trying to swap from greatsword to spear, probably all the same pieces are still going to work and won't be that difficult. But if you're trying to swap from like tank to DPS, it's going to be much harder. Wouldn't people that get T2 be using T1 purples to trade their armor? If they have Blessing, yeah. I mean, it's going to follow the same kind of patterns that blue and purple follow now. Epic just becomes the new blue, and Epic 2 becomes the new purple. Sometimes it'll be cheap to gamble, sometimes it'll be more expensive to gamble, sometimes it'll just come down to RNG. But if you get a bunch of cheap Blessing ahead of time, then you can potentially save some money. All right. GG's, pretty productive day. I think that is it for me tonight. We are going to look for somebody to raid over on Twitch. Right after this push. Oh, they're gonna get me! You see how delayed that devastating smash was? Satch. If you're watching from YouTube, don't forget to subscribe. If you're watching from Twitch, don't forget to follow. I will be back again tomorrow, probably, Thanksgiving. I think I'll stream a little bit in the morning / afternoon before I got to go somewhere for Thanksgiving. So I think I'll be on tomorrow. Yeah, let's raid somebody over on Twitch, and I will catch you guys again very soon. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And let's go raid.
GG's, everyone. GG's. GG's.
Let's go raid Revik tonight. Another Greatsword Dagger user. You can ask him your spear questions. He's got to be rerolling, right? I think we're all rerolling. Go say hi to Revik for me. Old school KR player. A lot of knowledge about the game. Go check him out. Say hi. And I will catch y'all tomorrow morning. Have a good one.